but governments are pushing back more forcefully than ever on unruly visitors. In the past few months, a number of countries have passed laws with punishments such as hefty fines and even jail time. Bali has even set up a hotline for locals to snitch on visitors. It's looking like a higher open on Wall Street. The biggest retailers will be grabbing the spotlight this week. Walmart, Target, and Home Depot reporting their financial results. Dow futures up 50 points. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Russian officials recently revealed a new global supercurrency backed by physical gold will be announced on August 22nd with support from China, India, and other countries. Many economists warn this could radically change the world economy and possibly destroy the value of the dollar. And that means the value of your 401k or IRA is at risk. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon. I want to urge you to protect yourself and your family right now. How? By diversifying your 401k or IRA into physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word hedge to 989898. August 22nd will be here before you know it. So take action today. Fortify your nest egg using the power of gold inside of a tax advantage account. Text HEDGE to the number 989898. That's HEDGE, HEDGE, to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs right now.
More than 80 million Americans depend on AM radio each month for news, weather, and emergency information. A new bill in Congress would make sure AM radio remains in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. August is a great month to help out the environment by improving your gas mileage. Make sure your tires are properly inflated and heavy items like golf clubs aren't stored in your trunk. Take your car in for a tune-up to ensure it's running at peak performance. And when the weather is nice, walk or bike to your destination to enjoy a beautiful summer day. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. Talk to your cardiologist today. You may be glad you did.
John was compensated for his time. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, August 14th. It is indeed Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. You can get in on Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker is the chairman of the board. Anthony Dorenzo, Daniel Valdez, our associate producers. Fresh off of a great weekend. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Weekend go well for you?
Great weekend.
Gregory.
You know, however many times we do this.
Yeah.
6 a.m. really comes around early.
Yeah?
Just saying. I feel like it should not after all these years, but it does.
Okay. So you've yet to get used to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe year 25 of this, I'll get used to it.
After a quarter century, he'll figure it out.
Exactly.
Until then, he is what he is. Did you get any rest this weekend? Are you less cranky than you were?
I'm not cranky.
All right, beautiful.
No more cranky.
No more cranky.
We'll see if that changes by 6:42. We got a lot of good stuff to get to this morning. Special counsels, impeachments, Trump's weekend, spaghetti sauce, gravy, whatever you want to call it, being purchased by big companies. People are not happy about it. DeSantis gets overshadowed.
Uh-oh.
Climate change apparently is manufactured drama, so says the experts. And we've got a loaded cut sheet as well. So it'll be an action-packed Monday morning. And, of course, a big take coming up in just a couple of minutes. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one, bright and early, 6:05. And for that, we give you the great Dawn Stencil.
And good morning on this Monday morning, August 14th, 72 degrees, heating up to 89 with possible storms in the forecast. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal Company News Live by the Piazza Auto Group. 3 firefighters are in the hospital this morning. 2 homes destroyed by fire that struck. The flames and fire struck in Mount Holly, New Jersey. Firefighters getting that call about a fire at a single-family home on Cherry Street, and the word was that children were believed to be trapped inside. That from the fire chief there in West Hampton Township. First responders rushing in, trying to make sure that they could get the kids out safely. Turns out nobody was home, thank God, but 3 firefighters injured, those first responders, as that flame was fully engulfed in flames by the time they got there. So these injuries are not life-threatening, but seriously, they are in the hospital receiving treatment. And 2 of the homes, the fire quickly spread to 2 other homes. So we know that these fires were devastating. And now the investigation begins as to what caused this fast-moving fire to go from one house to 2 other neighboring homes. In Philadelphia, police say a driver just going too fast, lost control, smashed into 3 parked vehicles. This happened in Philadelphia's Tacony section early this morning, Tulip Street near Levick. So medics took 3 people from the striking car to an area hospital, still under investigation. One of those individuals listed in critical condition, and police say, yes, high speed was a factor. That one under investigation. Training Day, remember the movie? Well, it's not quite like the movie, but in Philadelphia, commuters, you are being warned that commuters may face delays as SEPTA begins safety training initiatives.
Is Denzel Washington instructing these people in the training day?
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Here's how we can be safer so we can avoid crash number 10 in what feels like the last 3 months.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, so all these accidents prompting SEPTA to say they're going to retrain everybody. It's mandatory.
Yep.
It starts today. So mostly they're going to start with training for bus and trolley operators with about 250 people in each daily session. So you do the math. We're already short on drivers. So they said, just put your patience cap on, Philadelphia.
Yeah. Back to basics we go, kiddies. Brake on the left, gas pedal on the right.
I was going to say that.
Here's where you put the keys.
Oh, my goodness. It's a bummer. It really, I feel badly for people. I do. And I feel badly for Alec Boehm because it was just a bad call.
That was a disgrace.
It was a bad call.
Yeah. He threw his bat like Stocker does when we're 7 minutes late for the cut sheet. That was epic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we lost to the Minnesota Twins 3-0, and it was, Alec had a right. You have to be polite. You have to be polite even when they make a bad call. They're human. So he was ejected, and then, if you're the manager, if you're like Greg Stocker, and you gotta defend your people.
I mean, it was a bad call, but I mean, there's bad calls and then there's atrocious calls. That qualified as atrocious.
It was, yeah. Yeah, the umpire all night was just not there. You know what I mean?
Thank God football returned on Saturday night. Love seeing the Eagles play for a couple of minutes.
Woo-hoo. Well, and it's never the starters, but it doesn't matter. It's just we're all so excited.
Exactly.
To see the Eagles. But so anyway, Alec Boehm and Rob Thompson afterwards said, the headlines even around the nation, they were saying multiple Phillies ejected.
Yeah,
we were making the headlines.
Even SEPTA bus drivers thought that was a bad call.
I love it. Yeah, the SEPTA bus drivers are like, let us be the umpire.
Yeah, exactly.
The umpires. It's easier.
You think we're a mess? Have you seen Major League Baseball's umpiring crew?
Well, we are sponsored this morning. Before I get to the forecast, I want to get to Piazza Auto Group. Get complimentary 2-year maintenance with the purchase of any new 2023 Acura like the Integra, TLX, or MDX. Just visit our friends at Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester. You can always shop online, PIAZZA, PiazzaAcura.com. NBC 10 First Alert Forecast. So we are 72 right now. We are heating up to 89, and it's, midsummer. It's August 14th. A lot of football training camps and summer camps beginning today, bright and early. So it's going to be hot. It's going to be humid. You got to hydrate for sure. We could see storms, though. Some of them could be severe, and that's between 5 and 9 p.m. this evening. So at least that'll cool us off a little bit. But a hot, steamy, humid day ahead. That's the NBC 10 First Alert Forecast. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 is how you climb aboard as we kick off another week here on Kayal & Company at 6:10 with a Monday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, the big take this morning, not so special. You have to love the left's ability to execute a Friday news dump. You also have to be incredibly naive if you think a special counsel being appointed by the DOJ to investigate Hunter Biden will result in a single thing. On Friday, Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed a special counsel in the Hunter Biden investigation, and that man is David Weiss. The Democrats and the Biden administration are not even attempting to be slick and coy about this. This is an absolute joke, and they don't care what the American public thinks about it. David Weiss is the man who drew up the sweetheart deal for Hunter Biden that the judge in Delaware threw out. When you look at the history of plea agreements, it could have went down as the softest punishment in modern American criminal and political history. Things such as complete immunity moving forward in the future were in that plea. They got shredded and ripped up, and rightfully so. It was so absurd that the judge said they never saw anything like that before. And this sure looks like a way to blockade the House-led GOP investigation into the first son. Garland said on Tuesday that Weiss told him, quote, that in his judgment, his investigation has reached a stage at which he should continue his work as special counsel, and he asked to be appointed. Quote, upon considering his request, as well as the extraordinary circumstances relating to the matter, I have concluded it is in the public interest to appoint him as special counsel, end quote, Garland said. Allow me to make an analogy. Merrick Garland appointing David Weiss to preside over the general counsel, special counsel of Hunter Biden is like me getting a divorce and my mother-in-law appoints my father-in-law to head up the legal matters. Does anybody on the planet not see the bias in this? It is blatant. Well, surprisingly, even people like Jake Tapper of CNN have no problem saying how fishy this smells. Take a listen.
One of the reasons to make him a special counsel, supposedly, is so that he has the ability to charge in other venues outside Delaware. But I believe he had previously argued publicly that he had the right to do whatever he wanted. And then the whistleblowers said, well, behind the scenes, Weiss was complaining he couldn't do that. He wasn't able to do that. And the Justice Department and Weiss denied what the whistleblowers were saying. But this move makes it seem as though, well, maybe the whistleblowers were right. Maybe what they were alleging is true, and he didn't have the ability to charge wherever he wanted to charge, and now he does. So I do have a lot of questions about that, and I do think some of the political questions being raised by Republicans have merit.
Wow. Maybe the whistleblowers were right. I believe a lot of questions raised by Republicans have merit. Geez, you think? Let's be point blank, crystal clear here. This is not the Hunter Biden investigation. This is the Hunter Biden cover-up. And I would be willing to bet that this will drag on at a snail's pace and probably go past the 2024 election. And then once Joe Biden potentially gets reelected, he will pardon his son, and they'll be washed away and discarded by the Democrats and the lamestream media. Here's Catherine Herridge of CBS News, who gave us an added wrinkle and motive as to how this further hurts Republicans. Take a listen.
A former federal prosecutor I spoke to just before this event said to me the appointment of a special counsel would have the effect of delaying a resolution on the Hunter Biden matter, in his opinion. And it would certainly delay any anticipated testimony from the U.S. attorney in Delaware to Republicans on Capitol Hill.
And just like that, David Weiss is no longer permitted to testify. House Republicans were slated to schedule testimony of David Weiss this upcoming fall. Now, that'll not occur. House Oversight Committee Chairman Rep. James Comer, Republican from Kentucky, who we've heard plenty of on this show, accused the DOJ of attempting to cover up the Biden family's alleged crimes, saying, quote, "This move by Attorney General Garland is part of the Justice Department's efforts to attempt a Biden family cover-up in light of the House Oversight Committee's mounting evidence of President Joe Biden and his role in his family's schemes selling the brand for millions of dollars to foreign nationals. The Justice Department's misconduct and politicization in the Biden criminal investigation already allowed the statute of limitations to run with respect to egregious felonies committed by Hunter Biden. Justice Department officials refused to follow evidence that could have led to Joe Biden, tipped off the Biden transition team and Hunter Biden's lawyers about planned interviews and searches, and attempted to sneakily place Hunter Biden on the path to a sweetheart plea deal, Comer said. He would go on and continue by saying, quote, "Let's be clear what today's move is really about. The Biden Justice Department is trying to stonewall congressional oversight as we have presented evidence to the American people about the Biden family's corruption. The House Oversight Committee will continue to follow the Biden family's money trail and interview witnesses to determine whether foreign actors targeted the Bidens. President Biden is compromised and corrupt, and our national security is threatened. We will also continue to work with the House committees on judiciary and ways and means to root out misconduct at the Justice Department and hold bad actors accountable for weaponizing law enforcement powers." End quote. Political persecution, political prosecution, weaponized DOJ, third world banana republic. These are not just Republican talking points. This is what's going on in our country right now. Donald Trump can't sneeze without getting indicted, and the Bidens get every break in the book. But then again, it's just another day in American politics as Democrats and the mainstream media operate one way, while Republicans and alternative sources of news are treated another way. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Monday morning big take. If you want to jump in, thoughts, reactions, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Twitter and Instagram at 1210WPHT, or of course, jump in on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reactions to that. And also, more news on the Biden front from a former senator not overly enthused with how Joe touched his wife. Yes, you heard that correctly. And also articles of impeachment introduced, 4 of them to be exact, from Florida against Joe Biden. We'll get to that on the other side as we continue Monday morning, kicking off another week of Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dom Giordano's charging up his golf cart and heading back down the shore.
From Mulligan's at 310 West Hildreth. No power outage here. Nothing is stopping this train.
This Friday, August 18th, join the fun for Dom's live broadcast, noon till 3 at Mulligan's Shore Bar and Grill, 310 West Hildreth Avenue, Wildwood. Summer's almost over, so don't miss your chance to enjoy the beach, boardwalk, and some beers with Dom at Mulligan's this Friday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hi everyone, this is Stephanie Kelly from Emmons Roofing and Siding, and I have some exciting news to share. Emmons has partnered with SunPower, the top-rated home solar company in New Jersey. SunPower has been leading the solar industry for over 37 years and is the only U.S. solar company that's lasted longer than their 25-year warranty. Kill the bill, the energy bill that is. Imagine no more high energy bills, while all the while helping reduce your carbon footprint at no cost to you. It's a win-win. Yes, we now offer solar, but remember, if you need a new roof, siding, doors, windows, or interior remodeling, don't wait. Right now, Emmons is offering all 1210 listeners 10% off roofing, siding, and Anderson windows. And we are continuing to offer 12-month same-as cash financing. And don't forget that lifetime warranty on your roof. Give us a call today for a free estimate at 856-885-6677, emmonsroofing.com. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, kitchens, baths, and solar. Trust Emmons to be your first and last stop for all your home improvement needs. emmonsroofing.com.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 621. Welcome back in Monday morning. Rise and shine up and Adam. Here we go. Another work week is upon us here on August the 14th. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Twitter and Instagram, 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube and be a part of the show. A lot of activity already coming in on social media. Newman Price is already designing T-shirts for the show.
Wow.
I just retweeted that one at Nick Kayal if you want to see it. Kind of an alteration. It's cleaned up a little bit. It says Kayal and Company. It's got the clock as the O in the word company. And it says we start at 6 a.m. on 1210 WPHT. Nice look. Definitely. And then Walton K. Martin III on Twitter. This is the first time I've ever read a tweet from Walton K. Martin III. But he said, I had a dream. I turned on 1210 WPHT, and Nick Kayal said there was no bad news today, and Greg Stocker was just going to play good music all morning long.
I can do that. I would love to do that, actually.
We could tell you there's nothing wrong with the world, but then again, we wouldn't be doing our job. Isn't that correct, Dawn Stenzel?
That's correct.
You could be like, hey, it's 622, a little 38 special for you. 1210 WPHT. Come on. It's good. I like that.
Well, Greg always plays good music.
I do.
Right.
I do. Thank you.
It's good music and bad news.
Yes. Good music.
Kayal Company. Good music, bad news.
Now that's a T-shirt right there.
It is.
There it is.
Dawn just designed it for us.
Is Dawn eligible for the prize,
Yeah,
or is she
might be.
excluded?
Yeah.
Good music, bad news, and today's lies that you're being
Told by the mainstream
government.
media and the
And the
government. That is correct. So now I know this happened on Friday with the Hunter Biden special counsel. Dawn, I'm not sure if it actually broke on your show or if it was after your show.
It was right after.
Okay, so as
we
soon
were
as Dom came on.
Yeah, so we were standing by for the big news conference, and then we said, wow, it always happens on a Friday. And David
right.
Weiss, and technically it's a local story, as
Delaware.
we say. Right?
Yeah, yes. But it's just so, I mean, they don't even try to pretend like they're serious about it. You're going to appoint the guy that drew up essentially the sweetheart plea agreement for Hunter Biden. I mean, I tried to use an analogy of in-laws, like against their old son-in-law or whatever. But like, I don't even know if that is applicable. I just read all of this, and then I see all of the different opinions throughout the day, and I was completely checked out on Friday. So I didn't actually see this until about 7 o'clock Saturday night as I was getting ready to watch the Eagles, and I was checking some things on Twitter, just doing a little stuff before my normal prep I do on Sunday morning to get ready for a show on a Monday. And I'm reading through this, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me with this. David Weiss, of all people. Now, I don't know how many other qualified people there were. I'm sure there were plenty. But of all the people that Merrick Garland could have selected, and you got to believe that Merrick Garland at least is aware of the Republican narrative of the weaponized DOJ, and Merrick Garland is corrupted, and he's not really doing everything fairly, apples to apples, when it comes to Joe Biden compared to Donald Trump. And it's like, they don't care. They're like, we're going to give you David Weiss. We're going to tell you around lunchtime on Friday. Odds are you won't see it anyway. Mm-hmm. And if you do, well, by 5 o'clock, you'll be at happy hour and you won't even be angry anymore.
Yeah.
It's a disgrace.
It really is. And two things I would say. I don't think we've ever seen this level of and this is saying a lot, right? But I don't think we've ever seen this level of politicization of DOJ. But on the other hand, I think once that, genie is out of the lamp or whatever you say, I think that it's now going to be tit for tat. And I think now partisans on Capitol Hill are going to say, oh, yeah, we're going to get you back next time. I hope that's not what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. But I feel as if this is now going to be par for the course.
It is. And I don't know that it just ends when we, at some point, are past the Donald Trump, Joe Biden era of presidential politics. Whether that is in 2024 or in 2028, I don't think it's just going to go back to, the way it used to be, or back in the day before everything was so extreme and so, quote, weaponized, and everybody was going, as you said, tit for tat. And to highlight your point, on Friday, Florida Republican introduces impeachment articles against Joe Biden. So you have Greg Stube, Republican from Florida, who is now jumped ahead of some of his Republican colleagues. And on Friday, he introduced 4 articles of impeachment against Joe Biden. And they range the charges from you had fraud, you have corruption and extortion, as well as multiple counts of abuse of power. So he says, quote, "It is long past time to impeach Joe Biden. He has undermined the integrity of his office, brought issues to the presidency, betrayed his trust as president, and acted in a manner subversive of the rule of law and justice at the expense of America's citizens. And he goes on to lay out the charges. The first article of impeachment accuses the president of abusing the power of his office by allegedly accepting bribes, committing Hobbs Act extortion, and honest services fraud related to the use of his official position. He also then goes on to point out a few others. In the second article, he charges that President Biden obstructed justice, citing IRS whistleblower testimony that, quote, members of the Biden campaign improperly colluded with the Justice Department officials to improperly interfere with investigations into tax crimes alleged to have been committed by Hunter Biden. So you have that element of collusion. And then the third and the fourth articles accuse Biden of fraud and paying for Hunter Biden's illegal drugs and trysts with prostitutes, respectively. Now, I don't know how this will play out. My guess is it won't lead to a darn thing. But it does go to highlight what you said of this back and forth, tit for tat, petty nature. But I will say this, and look, maybe it sets a bad precedent. And I think at one point I had said, don't stoop to the level of the Democrats. Don't go as low as they do. But I'm actually reversing course on that because about a week ago, I think it was last Tuesday, Mitch McConnell said it would be and I'm paraphrasing here, it would be a bad look if Republicans tried to impeach Joe Biden, and it'd be a bad look for the country. I no longer believe that, and I no longer believe that we shouldn't stoop down to their level. I'm going to sound really, really petty here, like a seventh grader, and I'm going to just say this. Well, they started it. They did. I mean, like from the moment Donald Trump decided to run for office, they were hacking away, and they've been hacking away for 8 years. So, you can, take the higher ground. You can ignore it. You can be the, quote, better party. You can say, well, we're not going to go down to their levels. But eventually, if they're going to keep playing in the mud and fighting dirty, don't you eventually have to just kind of fight back? And I think we have kind of seen that on many fronts this spring and summer, where Republicans, conservatives, free speech absolutists, you name it, however you want to phrase it and coin it and characterize one side of the aisle, we have fought back from Bud Light to Target. So from corporate America to the actual swamp to the media, Elon Musk purchasing Twitter, restoring free speech. Like, I just feel like this side of the aisle is so sick of it. So they said, you know what? If you can't beat them, join them. And I think maybe by joining them, you hope to beat them along the way. And I feel like guys like Mitch McConnell have rubbed a lot of Republican voters wrong, where you look at him and he says that this is a bad look. I would argue, no, what they have done to Donald Trump and Republicans for the last 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, or whatever you want to call it. I think that's the bad look for this country. Eventually, you can't be bullied forever. You got to start fighting back. And I think that's what this is about here, whether it works or not, which means it probably won't.
Yeah, I just have to wonder if people get so exhausted by all of this, all of the above. I mean, today, Georgia, we might hear another, the other, I can't even say the other shoe drop, another set of charges against Trump.
Yep.
And so do people get to the point where they're just exhausted hearing about Biden and all of this alleged corruption, the past with Fauci, that thing that broke over the weekend? Did all of these individuals at NIH cash in on some $325 million in royalty?
Mm-hmm.
So Trump, Biden, Bidenomics, inflation, everybody's hurting financially. And then, whoa, they're saying Glenn Youngkin's name again from Virginia. Does everybody just pivot and say, you know what, there's that guy over there, whoever it is,
mm-hmm.
a fresh face.
Right.
Let's start all over again,
mm-hmm.
get rid of the baggage.
Let's make politics boring again.
Yeah, so I do wonder if at some point there's just this point where people just say, I've had, like the bus driver, I've
mm-hmm.
had it.
Yes, yes.
Damn it! How much more do you expect me to take?
Yeah.
And
mm-hmm.
with this economy, with everything that's happening, and post-pandemic, we're going to start school in a couple of weeks, and a lot of people just worried about their kids having lost. I mean, I know for you, little girls in school,
yep.
and the masks and being banned from the classroom and Zooming and all of that. I just wonder, moving forward over the next year plus, do people say, I just want a fresh face. I want to get rid of the baggage.
That's been Stocker's prediction, that it will not be Joe Biden or Donald Trump in 2024 going head to head. I'll believe it when I see it, just because
mm-hmm.
I feel like, we hear so many people that say that, and then ultimately, what do you typically do in your life? You typically go back to what you know, what you're accustomed to, what you're comfortable with, and that would mean, the left rallying around Joe in all likelihood, the right obviously all in on Donald Trump, as the polling numbers indicate. We'll hear this, I'm exhausted, I'm fatigued, we'll look at polls, but at this moment in time here at 6:32 on August the 14th, I think it will be Biden-Trump, the rematch. And I'm not going to say I'd be shocked or stunned if it's not, but I would be a little bit surprised, because I feel like everybody's kind of dug in and everybody's entrenched. And, when all this stuff comes up, it doesn't really unite. I mean, is there a uniting element to this? Is there a possibility that both sides kind of say, we're just, to your point, we're exhausted, and if that means leaving what we thought we were going to be pulling for, is that a possibility? It seems far-fetched to me. Because I think the left is more willing to abandon Joe Biden than the right is with Donald Trump right now. Even though we have a deeper bench and more options, Trump has been the one who's really separated himself. And I don't know that it's really anything that Trump has done. It's been the way they've gone after him that has elevated him up.
True. And I think what he's done, you talked about people ultimately go back to what they know and who they know, but he's a proven winner as far as the economy pre-pandemic, peace and prosperity that was unprecedented in our nation. And people are hurting right now. And so you kind of think about, I want to go back to the way we were, and thinking about Bidenomics and the economy.
Oh, Bidenomics and the economy hit me dead in the face on Saturday at the grocery store. Yeah, this was like the one time a month where I had to get like the toothpaste and the other stuff, and a little bit more of an expensive grocery tab when you check out. But I swear, from a food and drink standpoint, I didn't buy anything different than I normally did or normally would. And this is usually like my $150 to $160 grocery bill for the month. It was $197 on Saturday. And I swear, I almost wanted to go back and retrace my steps and just go look at every price tag and see if there was like an increase in goods in the cost of everything. I was like, $200. I'm like, if I can't make it to work on Friday because I don't have gas for my truck, I might have to do the show from home. I might have to work remotely, Dawn.
Yeah, everything is so much more expensive at the grocery store, and things that you go, why is that so much more? And then after church we went to brunch, and David, we have these two growing boys, right? So David's like, I want to order the shrimp cocktail. We used to get 6, now you get 4. And it's like $26.
And it's probably 20% more expensive than it used to be.
We're
for
like,
the
you
6.
are not getting the shrimp cocktail.
You're getting the chicken quesadilla, pal. You're gonna like it. French fries, you got it.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's what he got, like a sandwich with fries.
Yeah.
It's like, and it was still, everything is so much more expensive.
And we'll talk about the Rayo's gravy, or however you want to call it, spaghetti sauce, pasta sauce story, and that acquisition with Campbell's coming up in about an hour or so. I mean,
And you predicted that, what they might do.
$11 for a jar of gravy? $11. And for to pour it over a box of pasta that should cost you $1.49.
Yeah. But it is on sale at Acme.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll just say.
I'll grab a couple. Load
You
up.
have the digital coupon.
Stock the pantry
I know.
full.
But I think we're all going to, I was looking at Lysol spray. Lysol spray used to be what? $3, $4 for a can of it. Now it's like $9 plus for Lysol. So then they have the Safeway brand that's just as good. I saw a story where they said more and more people are going for those generics that might be offered by your local grocer because of that, and it hurts the name brand.
I like moving forward, there's very few items that I will not buy that are not the generic brand. Like short of like I don't know, let's just say like ketchup. And I'm not a big ketchup person. I'm not a huge ketchup condiment fan. Like I'll pay for the Heinz brand or whatever. Like I won't buy the generic stuff, but like mouthwash or toothpaste or this or like toilet paper, paper towels. I'm not going to buy Brawny or Braun, whatever the heck.
Wait a minute. The guy, no, I got to have the lumberjack guy.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I'm going Bobo version. I don't care if they're too thin.
I got to have the lumberjack guy with the plaid shirt. I don't even know which one that is.
I need to
Brawny?
yeah.
I got to have that.
I need to get a plaid shirt.
But do you know what the best deal is? The best deal?
What's that?
Kayal and Company. There are no substitutes. There are no generics, and it's free.
Look at you.
You hear that, Stalker?
Listen to that, Brandon.
I mean, if that isn't a promo, and I didn't even talk over her, it was clean.
Yeah.
We won't have to edit it up.
Amen.
You just put it in the system.
Yeah.
And then lastly, on the Biden front, and we'll get to some Trump stuff to wrap up the hour next. Former senator tells Biden that he would kick the bleep out of him for when he was the vice president for getting handsy with his wife.
What?
How about this story? This was in the New York Post is where I saw it. It's probably elsewhere as well. But former Massachusetts Senator Scott Brown apparently threatened President Joe Biden with bodily harm when the then Veep allegedly got fresh with Brown's wife more than a decade ago. He told on a podcast, the Burn Barrel podcast with Tom Shattuck, quote, I told him I'd kick the S bleep out of him and beat the bleep. I told him to stop. He didn't act the way I thought he should. And, we called him on it, and that was it. So he goes on to say they spent a lot of time with him and enjoyed their company. But we all know people who have dementia and have the beginning of Alzheimer's, and he's got it. I mean, it's the walk, it's the way he's mumbling, his anger outbursts, and it's a shame that we can't do better for this great country. So apparently the incident happened when photographers captured Huff Brown's frozen grin as Biden's right hand remained awkwardly behind his wife's back. And we're not talking about Jill. We're talking about Mr. Brown's wife. And apparently when you put the hand around you know this as a guy in any type of setting, you put the hand around the waist of a female.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that hand is like on the spine, right? You don't want to be touching any rump. You don't want any keister. You don't want the pinky near the cheek, any of that.
or do the rub down where you give him a hug and then graze it behind.
And we've known for years that Joe is kind of one of these touchy-feely weirdos.
Yeah.
And the New York Post says that, with a lot of these moments here, not only with women, but also with younger children as well.
No, boy.
And we've seen him when he's whispering. And remember he tried to nibble on the little girl's ear? Remember that video? He's like... creepy. I know the left. It's just Joe. He's a lovey guy, old man, grandpa. A little creepy.
Dawn, have you ever been in that situation? I'm sure you have.
Oh yeah.
But there's a close talker who gets up in your face and talks and is very and touches you and all that. How do you handle it?
You punch him right in the face.
No, I think that you just try to do the smooth back walk a little bit. Just try to get your distance politely.
Yeah.
Or cough, oh, excuse me, some motion. No, but look, this guy, of any of the people who might have a beef with Biden, even Biden would probably understand that. It's I probably shouldn't have gotten too handsy.
A little too
with
handsy.
Somebody's,
But there's just also this personal. I don't think it has to be guy to female or female to guy. It could be guy to guy, female to female. There's just you don't violate somebody's kind of personal space, right? I know I always mock the left when they say, I don't feel like I'm in my safe space. But you just don't get too close up on individuals in many settings, right?
Yeah.
And I know some people, some old school, always love to shake hands and give a kiss on the cheek and things like that. And I'm not saying you should be distancing yourselves in an awkward way, but I just feel like there's just kind of this little bubble where it's all right, you're a little too close, Chief. Maybe backpedal 6 inches or so.
You bring up a good point, and I remember, and Greg Stocker's in the Cars movie.
Yes.
Cut Chow. You're in that stage right now.
Yeah.
We have those old DVDs. We still have them with John Lasseter, who's so wonderful and created all of that. And at some point, he was sort of canceled out because he was a hugger. But in his instance, everybody in Hollywood said he's the guy is just a hugger. He hugs everybody.
Yeah. He's like Danny Tanner from Full House.
Yeah, so he hugs the guys. He doesn't care who you are, if you're male, female, old, young. John Lasseter is just a hugger.
Yeah.
And so people were kind of like, oh, come on, man, give the guy a break.
Right.
That, you bring up a great point. That is not what's happening here.
No.
So with Biden, it does seem to be attractive wives or attractive little kids, little girls. And so I think that's what makes the ick factor even ickier.
Yeah, and he gets more of a pass at 80, 81 years old than he would at 60 or 61. True. But it's he's got this track record of being just a little too lovey-dovey at times.
It also depends, and Dawn will probably slap me for saying this, but it also depends on the level of attractiveness of the guy.
Oh, sure.
If it's an older guy who's not very attractive, the woman might be like, all right, buddy, stand back.
Right.
But if a Brad Pitt came up to you and was very handsy with you, I'm sure you wouldn't
harass
mind.
me.
Yeah.
No, and that's
George
harassment's
Clooney,
in the eye of the beholder.
Exactly.
Sorry. No, that's a great point that you make.
Yeah.
But in this case, nobody's, even though he's obviously a very powerful person, even the supporters of Biden really don't like it. And you see some of those little girls, and they're all, their shoulders are up, and they're so tense and awkward. And it's like, eek.
Yeah. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. The judge sides with Donald Trump for the most part. Some good news for Trump when it comes to 2020. And then also, Kathy Griffin is at it again. Those details on the way as we wrap up hour number 1. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Recently leasing a 2023 Honda Ridgeline from Piazza Honda of Springfield. Absolutely love this vehicle. If you're a truck person like me, now is the time to visit Piazza Honda in Springfield. If you can't get to the Springfield location, don't worry, they have you covered. Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading to take advantage of 0.9% APR. Going to be at a function later this afternoon with the great folks at Piazza. Looking forward to seeing them because they really do treat you like family, an extended family, and they've got family everywhere for you. 17 brands, 35 locations. It is my go-to for all things automotive. And again, if you're not in the market for a truck, I understand. How about the Civic? How about the Accord? The CRV, the Pilot, whether it's a 4-cylinder car, a 6-cylinder car, an SUV, a minivan, a truck. They have everything you need, all of it today, right now. Whether it's new or certified pre-owned, just visit them at piazzaautogroup.com.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do you feel like you're always looking for another energy boost? Then try Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. As we age, our bodies don't tend to produce enough natural fuel to get rid of that stubborn feeling of fatigue. Well, Rescue Orosine provides just that. Orosine helps by boosting energy production at the cellular level, while also supporting a healthy heart and blood pressure. Right now, our exclusive radio listeners can buy one bottle of Orosine, get another one free. Just use the code FUEL when placing your order. Call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Make sure you mention the code FUEL, F-U-E-L, when you call, or use the code at the online checkout. Again, use the code FUEL when buying a single bottle of Orosine to receive a second bottle free.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Young teacher, the subject of schoolgirl fantasy. She wants him so badly, knows what she wants to be.
All sorts of good stuff lined up today. It is a Monday morning as we welcome you back in. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Great cut sheet coming up just about 1 hour from now. Vivek Ramaswamy living his best life over the weekend. Once again decided to act like it was 2001 and sing Eminem. This guy's awesome.
I
love the guy, I swear to God.
In Iowa, though?
In
Really?
Iowa, right.
You think that plays to
Republican,
I don't know.
Republican candidate in Iowa.
Yeah.
Pulls a Marshall Mathers again.
I loved it.
I do too. He's terrible at it, but it's hilarious.
He was better this time than he was in college.
Yeah. He's had many years to rehearse.
Yeah.
I think the fact that first of all, even though try to sing that song, try to do it. If you do karaoke with your kids and stuff like that, he's pretty good for an amateur. But the fact that he will do it shows a humility and self-deprecating factor.
Yeah.
Which I think plays well for him.
Okay.
So do you guys want to, since we're talking about it, we might as well
why
play
not?
it, right?
Let's hear Slim Ramaswamy.
So he's Daniel. Hopefully you have the video up because you can see him. He's all about it. He's he has the moves down and everything. This is Vivek Ramaswamy in Iowa at the Iowa State Fair. Again, I don't know how this plays at the Iowa State Fair, but this is cut 8.
Right.
Everybody's joking now, the clock's run out, time's up, over, plow, snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity, oh, there goes gravity, choke. He's so mad, but he won't give up that easy, oh, he won't laugh and he knows he's so bad.
I don't know. I mean,
come on, it's pretty good. He kind of has the tone. He kind of sounds like him.
He can sound like Eminem in one moment, and then kind of sound Obama-esque in another moment, which is something I've picked up on with his ability to be a great public speaker. But you know what I think it does? And look, yes, he's got no shot this time around. Maybe in 2028, he could very well be the leading Republican candidate. Maybe he surpasses DeSantis if those two are in the mix. But he shows that a lot of different things. He breaks a lot of the stereotypes. He's young. We always say, the Republican Party's old. He's not a white guy. He's a minority. He's sitting there singing a hip-hop song from 22 years ago. Yeah, I don't know that it necessarily plays in the middle of Iowa at this setting, but he's breaking stereotypes, which I think is good for the party collectively.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, he's young. He's hopeful. He's extremely likable. You can throw anything at him, and he is. I don't know. He, in a way, it's disarming because he's so honest.
Well, and there's been now multiple times where he has been met with pushback, one on a pro-life standpoint, and then this past weekend on a trans standpoint. And instead of ignoring them or shouting them down, or what, he engages with them and says, well, here's what I mean. He explains, and then he allows the opposition, and they're not necessarily the nicest people that are opposing him, and he allows them to give their case, which is kind of amazing in this day and age of, where we just want to shout over each other and go into our separate corners. He's very respectful about it, but yet still convincing in his own argument.
That's well said. I think he's somebody who is, like you're saying, respectful. He listens, and then he really talks about policy, how policy matters, and let's get to the solution. Let's have the conversation. Let's be respectful, but ultimately, let's look to the solutions rather than just duking it out here for the sake of entertainment.
I haven't heard him once get personal, go after anybody's wife or kids, or the most aggressive thing I think he has done is probably defend Trump. But other than that, and even that, as far as the attacking goes, he doesn't really go on the attack against anybody else in the primaries. He's been, pro-Trump because obviously he's angling for, a position on the cabinet in all likelihood. But for the most part, he's kind of stuck to what his campaign copy points are. He hasn't gotten in the mud and wrestled around with and taken the low-hanging fruit. So I think in a lot of ways you got to applaud him for that.
What he did at the Iowa State Fair, I agree with you, may not have played, although some people in the chat are saying the people went nuts for it. I didn't see it. I just saw that 20-second clip. But I think that was more of a viral moment he did that more for the national media than he did for the people there.
That's
in
correct.
Iowa. So
Which
that is smart.
Which might be next level thinking.
It's just funny because every place he goes, he does something different that everybody goes, oh, wow, look at that. That's interesting. And DeSantis, every time he is in a place, he does something to mess it up, and his
or
poll
gets
numbers go down.
overshadowed.
Yes,
Yes.
which happened in Iowa,
Yes.
where they were chanting for Trump.
We want Trump, and then they were chanting pudding fingers. Poor my guy can't get a break.
He's fallen faster than
That's why I've been bailing on him. I can read. I can look at the stock market and see which stocks are trending up and which ones are trending down. I mean, Ron's at Iowa and he's trying to get a hot dog and a snack, and all they had ketchup and they didn't have any
mustard.
They were all out of mustard. DeSantis has ketchup with no mustard right now.
That is my favorite drop you have.
He's such an odd
You know,
guy.
Anthony Dorenzo does a pretty good imitation of him, I have to say.
Does he really?
He's got it down.
Does he bust that out on your show? Because I haven't heard it here.
No, I don't. He was doing it Friday afternoon. I'm like, why don't you say that on the air? He has some good.
Should we put him on the spot right now?
Anthony, can you do
You've
it?
been paying attention.
Can you do it?
But you think about Anthony or Daniel Valdez. They've loved Vivek
Mm-hmm.
from, especially Daniel, since the beginning. Think of Obama. Think back to Reagan.
Yeah.
They got that youth vote, the Utes,
Mm-hmm.
as we say. So
Right.
will Vivek energize or re-energize? Younger voters.
Very interesting. So we've got Valdez, who's all Viveked up, and so Dorenzo can do a DeSantis impersonation. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Anthony, are you there?
Is he there?
You do it?
He's working hard.
Mustard.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna play DeSantis, and then I want you to follow it up with your own version of mustard. Sorry, here we go. Here's Ron DeSantis.
Mustard.
Mustard.
See?
Actually. Do you have anything more than the word mustard, or is it just a one-word
No,
impersonation?
I mean, I was just playing around with that Friday. I got to keep working on it.
Okay, so you're playing around with drops on Friday when you're producing Dawn's show.
Yeah.
That's good
It
to
was
know.
after in our post meeting. He was
the,
having
po-
fun
the
with
Friday post show.
Oh, there we go. Wow, look at that. Anthony cracking the whip.
I know.
He's like a Friday after show post meeting.
At a
Let's
planning
go.
meeting,
Let's go back and look at the 10:45 segment here. I don't care that it's 12:15 and you want to go home. 855-839-1210. Lastly, though, on the Trump front, two things quickly here. A judge delivering a mixed ruling on the Trump protective order in the 2020 election case. But I think largely this is some good news from Trump. So the federal judge assigned to the 2020 election case has largely sided with Trump's defense attorneys on the protective order over evidence. But they did hand prosecutors a small win by broadening which material they would deem sensitive and should be protected. Now, Trump's lawyers on Friday returned to federal court in Washington, D.C. for their first hearing before Tanya Chutkan, who is overseeing special counsel Jack Smith's 2020 election case against Trump. She said in a, quote, close decision that she was not persuaded that the government has shown all information gathered in the case and that it would fall under the protective order. She ruled that only information designated as, quote, sensitive should be protected. However, she agreed with the government that every single person interviewed by prosecutors is a potential witness and is sensitive. So in some regards, it feels like she's kind of contradicting herself there. The first hearing is set for August the 28th, so we're actually 2 weeks from today for that. We're also just about 9 days out from the first debate on August 23rd. But she went on to say that the defendant, quote, has the right to free speech, but that right is not absolute. Without a protective order, a party could release that info to the jury pool. And I think, again, this is about controlling certain narratives, certain messages. But I do agree with the fact that the right to free speech is not absolute. Like, we've used the analogy in the past. You could say whatever you want, but there's repercussions for it. And, you can't walk into a crowded theater and yell fire. There's certain limitations to that. And then lastly, she's at it again. And I feel like if this was the other way around, if somebody was having, let's say, David Weiss with a photoshopped image on social media holding Joe Biden's decapitated head, photoshopped, the world would spontaneously combust. But it's okay because when Trump gets decapitated in a picture, yeah, it's just a meme, it's just a GIF, it's just people having fun. But Kathy Griffin, who about 6 years ago had that Trump decapitated picture, now has a updated Photoshop picture of Jack Smith holding Trump's severed head. Which I would just say this about Kathy Griffin, and I guess she's got to have some sort of mental issues. I think she legitimately does, and I think she's gone to social media to talk about her mental health. So I'm saying this somewhat tongue-in-cheek. You seriously need some help, Kathy Griffin. Like we can all dislike presidents and dislike certain parties, but like when you're kind of a celebrity, I don't know that you going on TikTok, Instagram, or whatever platform you choose to have a severed head of a president is kind of a look that I think is probably a no-no for this country. Like that's what I expect. Like over in the Middle East or with terrorist nations beheading people. I don't like that. Even though I know it's a joke and I don't get offended by much, it's just a bad look. And I feel like it would be different if it was the other way around.
Well said.
Like imagine if who's a celebrity that we know? Imagine if Kid Rock was posting a picture on his Instagram after he got done shooting a case of Bud Lights with his shotgun. And he's holding up a Let's Go Brandon sign, and he had a picture of Joe Biden's decapitated head. Like Jake Tapper would have like a panic attack. But, different rules for different fools, I suppose. So figured we would share that. If you guys want to see that, it's online. If not, I don't blame you. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We'll come back. Hour number 2 on the way. Dawn has some news, and the mask experts and the media once again joining forces, and it usually starts in New York. It works its way to L.A., and then it wraps on back to Chicago and Philly. What city is urging mask mandates to return? We'll give you the details on the other side of Kayal and Company. Hour 2 next.
You're invited to a private showing of the most important movie you'll see in retirement. The Baby Boomer Dilemma is a groundbreaking documentary from award-winning director Doug Orchard. Throughout the film, Nobel Prize winners, PhDs, and esteemed economists expose the cracks in the financial industry that have 401ks, IRAs, Social Security, and other retirement plans on the brink of collapse. After the movie, you'll receive an education that's unlike any other. Learn how to apply the solutions presented by these experts, which align with and validate our proprietary crash-proof retirement system, proven by over 5,000 consumers. Register for this complimentary screening at the William Penn Inn on September 12th, and let Crash Proof Retirement provide you the crucial information you need to avoid the baby boomer dilemma that's on the horizon. Registration is required. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
There were reports of gunshots being fired outside of Clementon Park and Splash World. A 24-year-old man from Philadelphia has been arrested. A 14-year-old boy is in critical condition after being shot twice in North Philly. And the Hawaii wildfires have taken over 90 lives and have left thousands without shelter.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Got chronic joint pain but want to avoid steroids and surgery? Take some advice from pro football legend Emmitt Smith. Call QC Kinetics.
Let QC Kinetics help you improve your quality of life. with biologic therapies that get your body to repair and restore damaged tissue.
These exciting new regenerative treatments from local medical professionals can help your body heal itself with lasting pain relief.
Trust me, you want to avoid surgery if you can. Check out these biologic treatments to see what your options are.
QC Kinetics, restorative regenerative solutions with no downtime, no surgery, no drugs.
I'm talking about joint pain we all can relate to in your knees, your shoulders, your hips, and your lower back. They'll get you feeling good again.
Get relief now.
What are you waiting on? Make the call to QC Kinetics. Tell them Emmett Smith sent you.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
The PBP, Voices of Baseball, is a podcast about the art and craft of play-by-play, and we're in the middle of an amazing season. Catch up on episodes with Joe Buck, Joe Davis, Pat Hughes, and more, and learn along with me, Matt Spiegel, how the job is done.
It's not just home run Bryce Harper in the Phillies lead. To really do it justice, you got to widen the lens. What does this home run mean?
The PBP, Voices of Baseball. I bring you the people who bring you the game. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you think they'll drop the bomb? Mother, do you think they'll like this song?
Kayal and Company 7:03 as we continue hour number 2 here on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, as many of you like to do. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Stalker, are we trending in the right direction to meet your satisfaction with likes, or do we need to make a push?
Let me see. Let me pull up the YouTube chat here, shall we, just to see where we're at.
Let me guess.
Give me a second.
44 likes would be my guess, and I did not peek.
Hang on.
And I'm sure you're pushing for 100, and then we'll get there.
42 likes right now. Okay. Yeah, if you're watching right now, please hit the like button. So. We're at 4,220 some odd likes.
That's right.
Subscribers, meaning.
Okay.
So we need to tick that up too. If you have not done so, please subscribe. It's free.
We do, and it is free. Kutchi coming up at 7:45 this morning. Also, a couple of stories with artificial intelligence on whether or not singers could actually be replaced and how that could affect the music industry. And then artificial intelligence as your pet. Are we actually going to replace live animals with artificial intelligent pets? Very interesting story on that front.
Let's just call it right now. Let's just be done with human interaction. Just have everybody interact with inanimate objects and computers and be done with it.
But is it really anything that's going to be different than we are now? I feel like we've pretty much, our most important companion in life is our smartphone these days.
It's true.
That's not true. Over your dog?
Over Buddy Boy? So what do you like, Dawn, your iPhone or Buddy Boy?
Oh, Buddy Boy.
Okay.
Oh, well, this is the question. Your iPhone, your husband or wife, or significant other, or the dog?
Wow.
Or with Sid and Sarah Weiss, for Sid, is it the cats?
Okay.
The 3 cats.
Okay. Maybe we got a poll question on the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
What is your most important possession? Your significant other / spouse, a pet / child, or your smart device? That would be a good one, actually.
Got to be the dog.
All right. Yeah, dogs are better than humans. That much is for sure. All right, and also coming up in a couple of minutes, the Los Angeles Times and the experts wanting and warning about the return of mask mandates and why they should be back in circulation. We'll give you those details in just a few minutes, but let's get the news. 7:05 here on this Monday morning, round number 2, and here is Dawn Stensland.
Yes, and good morning. In the 70s right now on this Monday morning, August 14th, heading up to 89 with storms in the forecast. I'll tell you when. Moving forward, we are sponsored in this edition of Kayal and Company News Live by American Heritage Credit Union this morning. So much happening in Philadelphia and across the nation. I'll begin with police confirming that a 14-year-old child is in critical condition this morning after being shot in Philadelphia last night before sunset. So officials say this happened in the 1800 block of North 20th Street. This teenage boy shot in the chest and back, transported to Temple University Hospital, and officers still investigating the shooting. So we have no arrests, no weapons recovered, no motive, no word on any of that. 14 years young. And a third person has now died after 4 people were gunned down at a playground in North Philadelphia that happened Friday, 6 p.m., outside 8th and Diamond Rec Center. So police say the young men in their early 20s were targeted. A third victim died over the weekend. The only survivor remains in critical condition this morning. Neighbors speaking out, telling the media and police that the firearms used appeared to be somehow custom-made or altered semi-automatic rifles, clearly not legal firearms or legally licensed. Police say it started as a basketball game when multiple gunmen jumped out of a car, opened fire at the playground. No children injured at all, thank goodness. No word if this was gang or drug related.
I think Greg has said this multiple times over the last couple of months. The safety issues at these rec centers is just remarkable in this city. And by that, I mean the lack of safety. And I'm glad you mentioned that it was a basketball game, because I was going to, say something to the effect of, I remember back when I was a kid, the biggest issue at the basketball court was, and the biggest act of, breaking a law was cutting down the nets on the hoops or somebody spray painting the backboard.
Yep.
Now it's rec centers and shootings.
Yeah, I understand the need for these rec centers or wanting them for places for kids to congregate.
Yeah,
but
and
the problem
burn off energy.
But the problem is that all the crime now is going to these rec centers.
They're like magnets.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If you're in the city of Philadelphia, why not come out? Imagine if the mayor or police commissioner or somebody came out and said, you know what, we're short-staffed, we're still recruiting police, but we are bringing in the National Guard. This is an emergency. Our children should be allowed to be at rec centers.
Right.
And for all you 20-some-year-old gangbangers, if that's who you are, you got enough money, go make your own basketball court.
And especially for a lot of the families or the parents maybe that can't afford a babysitter or childcare or daycare because of the cost that related to it. I got to imagine that rec centers being open, especially if it's near enough where your kid can walk, is like a place not only where they can burn off exercise, but you kind of send them there to get away from all the issues in certain neighborhoods.
Well said.
And yet the issues are coming there.
Well said.
Remarkable.
I mean, and that's why, because they know if they're going to do a hit, maybe somebody will emerge outside, or they think, it might be a mistaken case of identity. But we're talking over 1,000 people shot, and of those, generally speaking, of those shot, 10 to 12% are children.
Yeah.
And that this is, and too often, how often do we talk that they're little kids who are just on their street or even on their front porch or in their home, and the bullets pierce the house.
Right.
It's insane. It's just not acceptable. We do have these 3 firefighters. It looks like their injuries are not life-threatening, but 3 firefighters in the hospital after 2 homes were destroyed by fire in Mount Holly, New Jersey yesterday. So we're waiting for word on the condition update, but these firefighters went in and risked their lives because everybody believed there were children trapped inside. So it turns out no children were injured. The children, in fact, were not. They're inside, but 3 firefighters recovering from that one. Those house fires under investigation.
It's not a good weekend for homes with explosions. Did you see the one somewhere in Pennsylvania where a house just exploded out of like the blue?
Yeah, 5 people are dead.
Yeah.
Would that happen up near Pittsburgh or something?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I saw Mark Fusetti tweeted it on yesterday.
Yeah, there's a Ring doorbell camera video of it happening. It's crazy.
There was also something in Michigan where there was like an air show, and I know that air show is coming up in Atlantic City this week. Pilots had two pilots pulled the ripcord, so to speak, from their aircraft, and then the aircraft was like obviously having an operational failure, and it flew into like an apartment complex and exploded into nothing.
Cool.
Yeah, one way to put it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Headline: expect SEPTA bus and trolley delays beginning today as employee safety training begins this morning. for bus drivers, trolley drivers. And so they're saying, sorry, but this is mandatory safety training. The feds are now looking into and investigating why we've had all of these 8 accidents and on SEPTA buses and trolleys since July 21st. One of them resulted in the death of a passenger. So all of these employees, by the hundreds, must begin this morning with safety training.
Poll question on Twitter or YouTube. What would you rather waste away your life being late for work on? The SEPTA or the Schuylkill?
The Schuylkill.
I agree.
Because at least you're safe. I think you're, perceived safe.
Yes.
And you're by yourself on SEPTA. There's other people.
That's right.
Vagrants and whatnot.
People that smell like an onion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another headline to update for you as we've talked about the real tragedy happening in Hawaii with those Maui wildfires. 96 people confirmed dead with hundreds still missing. Deadliest type of wildfires in U.S. history. So that one. And Nick had alluded to the fact that I saw ABC and CNN reporting within the past half hour that the Fulton County, this is Georgia, the DA there, expected to begin presenting their case this morning against former President Donald Trump. They say for his quote-unquote efforts to overturn the 2020 election results in Georgia. So we're hearing, and Nick had referred, to this very early this morning, but I'll just headline that one for you.
Just to go back to your Hawaii story for a
Yeah.
second, did you see the basically the remnants of some of the vehicles that were just
the aftermath
charred?
of it is crazy.
And there's a dog laying there on the ground completely. It looks like it's covered in soot or whatever. It almost looks fake. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the dog in Ghostbusters at the end, the big wolf.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at it, and it almost doesn't seem real.
I know.
You look at the footage, it's like, wow, this is really going on.
Yeah. You see all these people that had to jump in the ocean. It's just. Ugh.
We've never heard of anything like that.
No.
And then I saw that there are some residents suing some of the power companies.
Yeah. Some electrical tie to this
because they didn't kill the power fast enough, or
that's what they're claiming.
and they think that they accelerated all the damage. And I saw the way that the fire went around the town. It looked like it took out a bunch of obviously shops and businesses and houses. And then there's like this panoramic 360-degree video, and you see a church that is still there.
Yep. And
And the church was untouched. I'm not. I don't force my beliefs on people, but I'm just saying that's a little odd, unless that's an internet deep fake thing where I'm getting, I'm seeing somebody's Twitter and it's, it's been manipulated or whatever. But you never can be too sure these days. So
I was looking for a little bit of a lighter story, and we're dealing with all this heat. I'll get to the forecast in just a moment, but the Farmer's Almanac is predicting a colder than usual winter thanks to El Nino. So we're going to have this warmer than usual September. They're predicting a nice September for heading down the Jersey Shore after the crowds leave after Labor Day. But the Farmer's Almanac predicting, yes, get the snow blowers ready. We'll see snow this winter.
El Nino. I've got flashbacks to Chris Farley from SNL in his El Nino La Nina skit. So we're going to have a lot of snow, huh?
That's what they're predicting.
Well, we didn't get anything last year. This past winter up here, I was like, this is like Nashville.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get it. I'm gonna have to get a top for my truck. I can't have snow piling up in the bed of my truck.
See, go back to Piazza.
That's right.
They've got it all for you.
Yes, because I have a truck. I own a truck.
But it rides like a minivan.
Hey, that's correct. Thank you, Dawn.
Before I get to the forecast, we are sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union, is the place for first-time home buyers with in-house realtors and a $500 lender credit for new homeowners. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/FTH for all the details. Loans subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender, NMLS 433838. So first alert forecast from NBC 10. There's a possible risk of severe weather today with wind and tornadoes the greatest threat. Again, this is 5 to 9 p.m. that they're watching this. 73 degrees right now, warming up to 90 degrees this afternoon. Actually, 91. They've popped that one up there with a possibility of these storms. We're talking about a stray shower. So this is nothing like last week when we actually did see a tornado in the Poconos type reason, or Allentown, I should say, tornadoes. It's nothing like that. These are stray showers that could be a little bit severe, so just watch out for that. But tomorrow, it'll tee us up for a nicer couple of days. Tomorrow and Wednesday, 86 degrees, lower humidity with the sun out. And then Thursday we heat up to 89, Friday 85. Still, I'll say we're in the mostly 80s throughout the rest of the week after the storms kind of break things up for us today. NBC 10 First Alert Forecast. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. So we're going to have a cold winter. There's going to be a lot of snow, and that means maybe even more COVID cases. Yes, we've seen the story last week, the uptick in cases, hospitalizations up 11 or 12%, and the new variant, I believe the EG5 variant. And I seen all these stories over the weekend. I think it was CNN and also an ABC affiliate. Here's everything you need to know. What to know about the EG5 variant, as if like we don't know pretty much everything we need to know about COVID right now. So unless all of a sudden it's got this like absurd mortality rate, I don't think I need to know anything else. But that doesn't stop the experts from hitting the button of panic, and also all of the left-wing publications from running with it. And that was the case this week with the LA Times and their health experts, who are once again desperately trying to bring back masks, advocate for them, in an article for the LA Times using, quote, local health officials, quote, in response to the latest uptick of coronavirus levels in California, a number of local health officials are largely reiterating the same advice. Masks work, but it is a personal preference whether people wear them. Okay, so nice of you to kind of position it very politely and softly. It's a personal preference if you want to wear your mask moving forward. We will not mandate those bad boys yet, but I'm telling you, like I've been saying, they're going to plant the seed. You're going to hear this for the rest of the summer, through Labor Day, back to school season. And then in certain parts of the country, like up here, by the end of September, early October, we get those, 52-degree mornings, that cool, crisp autumn football season air. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna reiterate it. I'm on the record. I guarantee you, we will come out either of Thanksgiving break or going into Thanksgiving break. That Monday, you're going to hear stories. Schools probably in this area, if not New York, the tri-state area, whatever you want to call it. You're going to hear when you return from your congregational setting with family and friends, we will be reinstating a 3, 5, 7, or 10-day mandatory mask mandate just because of the busy early holiday travel. It's coming. I'm telling you.
I was going to ask you guys if you think it'll happen for the start of the school year. But the start of the school year is coming up in like a week and a half.
That's correct.
So I guess not.
Not yet.
But
let those numbers go up just a little bit.
Yeah.
And you got to think they have like a threshold, right? Behind closed doors. Hey, if that 12% hospitalization rate gets to 20 or whatever the case count might be that gets to X, they have these little spots where they say, okay, get ready. We're gonna have to roll out the press releases. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm looking at headlines and I'm seeing, and I'm listening to you. I'm looking at the headlines, and now the word is a new COVID vaccine is due out next month. Health experts and analysts say it's likely to be coolly received, even as hospitalizations from Iris, that's the newer variant we've talked about, of the Omicron form, rises across the country. Those are some of the headlines that they're putting out. Yet another new vax.
Is that the one that is targeted for the elderly population, I believe? I thought I saw something to that effect. And I also saw something over the weekend, and I probably should have read more on it. But there's now studies out that show that if you're a pregnant mother, a pregnant female, and I want to reemphasize a pregnant female, for those out there that think males can get pregnant. A pregnant female, there's, I guess, a benefit to being boosted for the unborn baby. I don't know if you saw that story over the weekend.
Yeah, because they're saying that if you are a vaccinated pregnant woman, then you would have more antibodies, and then it would be
beneficial.
It would be the baby would receive that, obviously, because they get your, immunity or whatever.
Right. Yeah. So the LA Times goes on, and they're talking about these uptick in cases and, whether the risks are high enough to justify a return to so-called safety measures. And you just think about all the different ridiculous measures that we put in place, from the distancing to the washing of the hands to the sanitization and wiping down. Now, here's the thing. If they go beyond just, and I'm not saying lockdowns, I'm not saying remote work, remote school, anything like that, but just beyond, hey, we're not only asking you, but we're mandating you to wear a mask in these settings. It'll be interesting to see what they have been able to add to their repertoire the second time around, because I don't want to hear about some of these schools that don't have proper ventilation. And then we saw remember in 2021, classes that were being held outside when it was 37 degrees because the schools just didn't have the proper, air ventilation and filtration systems. So if moving forward, you're going to try to reinstitute this stuff here and there in small little patches. I don't want to see the same failed measures, nor do I want to hear the excuses, because the amount of money that was wasted during the pandemic and the amount of actual fraud that was committed with a variety of financial resources that were given to people. Remember, we were talking about some of those stories that people, were stealing COVID checks, and the amount of unaccounted for dollars that were wasted. You could actually use some of that towards, better ventilation in inner city schools and things of that nature, where, we got some of these kids in some of these school districts at elementary schools that they were built in 1940. I mean, I think, Dawn, you've talked about it, some of them with asbestos and other things like that. And this is not just a COVID thing. This is just a general health thing moving forward with some of these dated infrastructures.
Well, and I think, to your point, this is the complaint by parents who saw all that COVID money that was supposed to be going to improve the schools and going to the children and hire more teachers amid a teacher shortage. Where's all the money? Where did it all go? Why isn't it being disseminated and in a quick manner? It's now been years. And so to hear about this is not acceptable. They've had the money for years, and the kids were banned from the school. What a great time to do construction. Figure it out.
Yep. I was leaving my pool Saturday and going back into my apartment and getting into the elevator, and there was a 14-year-old kid that got off on my floor, and I'm getting ready to go across to my apartment, and he's trying to get into the elevator, and he's wearing a mask.
By the way, while we're on the fact of your pool, can we just talk about the
You like that foot shot, huh?
Posted over the weekend.
Yeah, you like that, huh?
Daniel, can you throw that up there on the YouTube,
orchestrated
the YouTube video?
Nick Kayal in his thong,
Nick
thong swimsuit.
So this is how he spent his Sunday. There we go. Dawn, if you're looking, youtube.com/@1210WPHT.
Yeah.
It's a photo of your feet by the pool, I guess, in your apartment complex there.
Like that.
What was
showing some leg?
I mean, what's the thought there?
Summer's almost over, and football will be upon us. If you read the tweet, folks.
So you thought, while you're there on a beautiful day, enjoying a Sunday off.
That's correct.
That taking a photo of your feet.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be so much about the feet. It was the ambiance. It was the setting.
Perspective.
Yes. But, I mean, as I posted that, I did have this go through my mind.
Not everything needs to be on Twitter. I mean, Nick,
and by the way,
Nick, not everything needs to be on Twitter.
That's correct. Sid Weiss saw it, and he zoomed in and then reposted a picture of my big toe, which has taken a pounding from a lot of sports over the years. My feet are very banged up. And he was infatuated with just, I guess, maybe the callus or whatever it is on my inside of my right toe. So I think Sid's got a foot fetish, but that's okay.
Secret Squirrel says Nick has club toes. You do.
I do.
You have the hammer toes.
Stepped on in football.
Oh, man.
God, it hurts.
Yeah.
But it's nice. Nick was thinking of all of us, all of you. That's sweet.
Yeah. Can I have a moment of enjoyment in my life?
Just saying, hey,
I just got done reading a Biden impeachment. Can I check out?
Nobody's. Oh wait, hang on. Nobody is saying that you shouldn't do what you're doing. All we're saying is that did you need to post it on Twitter?
Even the goats need to relax a little bit from time to time. All right, it's not work 24/7, just 23/7.
Again, nobody is saying that you shouldn't relax. It's Sunday. Everybody should relax. I'm just saying, why do we need to post it on Twitter?
It's a good question. I don't know. I'll have to think about that in a meeting. But then the greater Chris sends a message, and he tags Zioli. So he brings Zioli into it, and then Zioli's like, oh, this is the last thing I needed to see on my Sunday.
I agree with Rich, by the way. I agree with
I do
Rich.
too,
Yeah,
actually.
it's the last thing I need to see on my Sunday.
I
I didn't see it because I don't look at Twitter over the weekend, unlike you guys.
Right. Well, you have a life.
So, well, no, I just, I try and shut off. But I just saw it this morning. Somebody alerted it to my attention.
I was going to say, by the way, folks, did you see how quickly that picture got up there? Yeah, that's amazing. He asked for a cut, a sound bite. It takes 2 days to find. Nick Kale's toes, boom, 4 secones.
See?
That's okay. That's
Look,
why I like it.
Look, Dan, I texted him at 6 a.m. this morning. I'm like, get this up.
Yep. Hey, Daniel, I haven't had my coffee yet, but I have been thinking about Nick's feet. Make sure you have this at 7:20 before we get to the next break.
Yeah.
855-839-1210, your thoughts on my feet, and then also the return of masks. But how about this on an artificial intelligence front? Could singers be replaced, and why the music bosses could be worried? We'll get into that as we continue. Cut sheet just about 20 minutes out. It's Kayal and Company.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital. Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Do you really want to take shots the rest of your life just to lose weight? NJ Diet's typical results are twice as fast as weight loss injections without any of the side effects. Plus, you learn proper portion control. You develop healthy eating habits that last you the rest of your life. By the end of NJ Diet's 40-day program, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds, contractually guaranteed. You will lose the weight. You will keep off the weight the natural way. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements. That's going to get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help keep the weight off. Locations throughout the East Coast are available with live online video consultations. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose weight quickly the natural way with NJ Diet. 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. njdiet.com, lose the weight for good.
Hire comedian Joe Conklin for corporate events, golf outings, and private parties.
Yo, this is Tom Sapwager from Shriners Tree Care out in King of Prussia. We had Joe Conklin, and we did not stop laughing for the whole show.
Hey, this is George Wolf. We've had Joe Conklin at our events for the last 3 years. He will keep coming back in droves.
Hi, this is Al Morgani from the Dave the Geese Foundation in Medford. We hired Joe Conklin. He arrived drunk, and things went downhill from there.
Hire Joe Conklin for your next event. Go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
So many listeners are enjoying beautiful, easy-to-maintain homes thanks to Rhino Shield, and you can too. Dom Giordano here with my good friend, the local owner of Rhino Shield. John, take it away.
John from Rhino Shield here, reminding you that when it comes to painting your home, there is a better way. We all know that traditional paint just doesn't last, and that's why painters only offer a 1-year guarantee. But Rhino Shield is different. Our elastomeric ceramic house paint is warranted for 25 years, so you'll never paint again. Don't spend your money on regular paint that just doesn't last. Invest instead in a product that will protect your home and look beautiful for years to come. Let Rhino Shield show you how you can be done with frequent painting. Call us today at 484-406-5111 for a free consultation, or find us online at www.myrhinoshield.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Summer items like garden hoses, pool toys, and lawn chairs are not recyclable and best donated to charity. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Volvo Finance, in concert with Cherry Hill Volvo, is offering lease and cash bonuses up to $2,500. Purchase or lease a new XC40 or XC90 through Volvo Finance and through Cherry Hill Volvo and receive this additional bonus along with the aggressive pricing already posted on our Cherry Hill Volvo website. This is a special offer and it is not to be missed. Volvo Finance and Cherry Hill Volvo and you, a perfect partnership.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
If you have not done so, right now is the perfect time to download the FanDuel Sportsbook app because we're coming up to the end of summer, mid-August right now. College football season starts in a couple weeks. The baseball season is at the backstretch. I want to say the final stretch, the backstretch. NFL season, preseason started over the weekend, and regular season starts soon. All kinds of great action to get in on FanDuel Sportsbook. Right now, new customers get a no-sweat first bet of up to $1,000. That's up to $1,000 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to join today. FanDuel.com/Greg to join today. Don't miss your chance to get a no-sweat first bet of up to $1,000 when you join FanDuel today. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and is the official partner of Major League Baseball. Phillies start a 2-game series against the Blue Jays tomorrow night, and then a 3-game series against the Washington Nationals. Every game is important now. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. 21 and over. President PA. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, West Berlin. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 7:34. Welcome back in. Good to have all of you in here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Odyssey app, live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and get in on the Kayal and Company comment community. Cut sheet just about 10 minutes away. But, you know, every week that goes by, we seem to see and hear and read about news stories in the world of the rise of AI and how artificial intelligence is going to take over the world. It's a legit threat. And my fear of AI has gradually increased over the last couple of months. But this one is not so much doom and gloom for humanity or society. This is more about the, future of, certain industries. And we've heard about, AI could replace certain workers in maybe, factory assembly lines or, at a McDonald's or, in type of, certain settings where you could argue it's very, very repetitive. And, I think that would be awful for a lot of people. But then you've also heard about the communication industry and then also media. And I find this to be a fascinating story. This was from the Daily Mail. And they started to kind of go down this rabbit hole of imagining what it would be like with no real musicians and singers. And music bosses begin to panic over a new AI-generated John Lennon song that was released 40 years after his death. So here's a little excerpt from this. Sir Paul McCartney recently promised to create the final Beatles record, complete with vocals by John Lennon. Now it seems as if he might have been beaten to it by a complete unknown, and the result is causing enormous panic across the music industry. Sir Paul explained how artificial intelligence technology had been used to extricate Lennon's voice from a 1978 demo so that he could complete the song, which will be released later this year to wrap up 2023. But he also emphasized that nothing has been artificially or synthetically created, with AI simply cleaning up what was already there. However, the same certainty doesn't apply to a computer-generated video that emerged recently showing Lennon, more than 40 years after his death, singing an entirely new song. Now, luckily, we, as in Dawn, Greg, and myself, work in talk radio, which I don't think artificial intelligence could ever replace what we do for a living because, well, we don't talk for 7 minutes an hour. We talk for about 39 to 42 minutes per hour. And even if it was an attempt to create AI talk show hosts to sputter and utter out things like, I don't like Joe Biden or Donald Trump should be president, you're never going to replace live personalities and talent because artificial intelligence can't take pictures of their feet at their pool and post them on Sunday on their Twitter feed. See, there's a thing called being a personality that replaces just some of these like people in the talk industry that have no personality. But I do feel like, Dawn, that this, and Greg, this could be an issue in other formats of radio.
Absolutely.
And Greg, I know you 20 years ago, before you got here, you were at a music station.
Well, I mean, it's not like we're here. There are stations, not in this company, but there are other radio stations that have tried the AI DJ format, where it's like, hey, this is the Pete Townsend, My Love, Let My Love Open the Door. We have 20 minutes commercial free coming up next. That's already happening. As far as the AI with music stuff, I mean, they've already done, like, we've seen versions of this before, you know, where people release music after they're gone. Tupac has done it. Nirvana did it. So, you know, you take existing tracks or whatever, clean them up and make them into it. I think that's what they did on this Beatles record.
Right.
But will there be a time when it's just all AI? I mean, yes, absolutely. I think a lot of it is existing now.
What is the end game for this? What is the point? Is it all cost cutting?
Yeah, sure.
Because, I mean, I know in radio we're always looking to cut costs, and that's why some music stations get rid of live DJs and they go syndicated, or they have voice track shows and things like that. Not to get all deep in the weeds for the audience, but, you know, there's also the belief that, and there's a track record of it, which is why I think this company is so good, especially in the talk format, whether it's news talk that we do here or even Odyssey for sports. You go, and I'll just, you know, take you behind the scenes from sports radio, which I was in for 16 years. You go around the country, the top sports radio stations in almost every major market are Odyssey owned and operated because they're live and local. They're not giving you these syndicated, homogenized morning sports shows from 6A to 6P or 6A to 7P, sometimes 6A to 10P. And then there's still a few left over like WIP down the hall and the big sports station in New York that are live and local, I believe, 24/7. But that's a dying thing. You don't get that too often because of the cost. But you just can't replace Dawn Stensland. You can't replace
Nick Kayal
or Greg Stocker or Angelo Cataldi. Like, you know, you might want to save money, but you're also not going to generate the money that those personalities bring in for your brand.
Well, you started out by talking about the John Lennon story, and I love that headline. Imagine there's no singers. That was the headline. But seriously, it's Paul McCartney, Sir Paul McCartney, going on tour. So there is a singer. It's his tribute to John Lennon using the AI. So I think that's a little different to me. I've seen McCartney in concert before, and we want to bring the kids, just, you know what I mean? Because he's an icon.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is so neat that he's doing this, inspiring generations, 60 years at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a little different. And the same, I would say, for music stations. When you're listening to your favorite song, the worst thing they do is they talk over the beginning of it.
Mm-hmm.
So you want those individuals to talk less usually.
Right.
Whereas in talk radio, this is talk radio. That's what we do.
Right.
So I think it is different for those overnight shifts. The only thing I'll say, and they do it locally in this market in New Jersey, they have AI running the stations overnight. Part of that's staffing. So I see AI as helping out because right now you can't hire people. I mean, especially restaurants, I will say, but it's happening where they're just people don't want to work.
Mm-hmm. Now, I believe is this something that we're going to post up on the YouTube? Is this an artificial?
Yeah. So there's a radio station, 106.7, that they already have started the AI stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And in the recent ratings, they're an iHeartMedia radio station. It's Classic Hits.
Okay.
With the AI, they went from a 9.1 to a 9.5.
Oh, great.
So
take back everything I just said, folks.
So there you go.
But I need to know exactly, specifically what this artificial intelligence consists of. Is it still being operated, or I guess pre-produced by a human being, or is this completely generated by a computer?
No, it's being produced by a human being.
Okay.
There's some guy somewhere who's typing in things.
But is his
his
voice applied to it, or is it a robot's voice?
Well, I believe that this person, because I read about this story, it's AI Ashley.
Okay.
The morning show or whatever day part she does, she's already on the station. She actually tried this to see if it would work.
Okay.
She did a full shift of it as AI Ashley, and it sounded exactly like her.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So this will be like the new version of Delilah. Delilah's love songs at night.
Yeah.
You got AI Ashley in the morning.
Yeah.
Could never replace Delilah.
Yeah. Is she still around, by the way?
Yes.
She's on
she's
this radio. Yeah, she's on B101.
Yeah.
Oh,
Our
okay.
sister station.
All right. Very good to know.
They just brought her back.
Did they?
Yeah, I saw David Yadgaroff had posted a picture with her.
Oh.
But she's so positive energy. And
Yeah.
She always has those wonderful stories.
Right. It's kind of the opposite of what we do. Wonderful stories. Oh, man. All right, 855-839-1210. And then also on the artificial intelligence front, did you ever think about artificial intelligence pets as far as replacing your dogs and your cats? So like our buddy Sid Weiss out there, get rid of the real cats, get the fake ones. Dawn, when Buddy's Day comes and goes and you take him out to the woodshed and you want a new puppy, go AI. But experts are warning that the long-term effects of such artificial companionship are unknown. Apparently, for those who prefer smaller pets, living AI is something that is being developed and put into place, of course, in China, and has developed EMO, a tiny AI-powered desktop pet. The nearly 5-inch tall robot is described as a mobile, expressive pet that can react to its owner with more than 1,000 facial expressions and movements, according to the website. Using AI tech, the robot explores its surroundings, makes decisions on its own, and interacts with its human. Now, I do not know whether or not the artificial intelligent pet can go number 1 or number 2, which is a big component of having a pet because, you train your dog, you potty train them, no going inside, you take them outside. But it weighs about 26 pounds, and it's up to a 5-inch. So that's probably a stocky artificial pet. 5 inches tall and 26 pounds. That's like a micro version of me. But artificial pets, I have no interest in that. I would actually much rather just be around human beings, which for the most part I detest on a daily basis, than spend my days trying to take away the human element and the companionship. I mean, let's face it. Is there anybody here? I know in the early days of Kayal and Company, I faced a lot of pushback from the cat community out there because I was so pro-dog and so anti-cat. But could you ever envision yourself, let's say 30 years from now, and God knows what we look like in society and where we are as a species 30 years from now, and having an artificial intelligent dog or cat, I would have no interest in that whatsoever.
No.
And I know technology can be really interesting and it can be very lifelike, but there's no way, like, I've had Labrador retrievers most of my life. You can't replace a good Labrador retriever. That feeling you get when that lab looks at you and you know, Buddy's a lab, correct?
He's part lab. He's a rescue, so he's a mutt, but he's
Okay.
part lab.
Okay.
But I would say this, that some of the robots that they're talking about are, I wonder if there's a security aspect, because they're saying they have this sensing system, they have a binocular, so they have sight and they can see all around. So I wonder if are you going to have, are you going to have a dog that's actually your security dog to run with?
Right.
When we come into work, we see runners and bikers who are out there for exercise in the dark.
Yeah.
Would that be something that somebody who's an athlete appreciate, that you have this so-called watchdog?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. Does it fire bullets? I don't know. Would it bite? How does it work? What could possibly go wrong? But I guess they can sense you. They can run and skateboard right alongside you.
Mm-hmm.
So I could see it as a security aspect, although that would raise a whole, other issue.
And then also, one of the big things about getting a pet is usually when you're a parent, you're getting the pet for your kid. Dr. Harvey Castro, a Dallas, Texas-based board-certified physician and national speaker on AI and the effects of healthcare, says it's still unknown what the long-term psychological and emotional effects of having AI pets would be, especially on children, and they are not yet to be fully understood. So, you want to get, Bobby and Alice, a dog when they're 5 years old. I don't know that going down the artificial intelligence route is probably the way to go. And apparently the experts are not sure of that either.
But you tell your dog everything. I tell Buddy everything.
Do you?
And I feel like, he gives unconditional love. So that's nice. But on the other hand, if you're telling a robot everything, are they like Alexa? Anything you say can and will be used against you.
The AI pet is tracking me.
Yes.
I better get the DuckDuckGo app out. All right.
John Cozen writes on the YouTube chat, when you fart, you can't blame the AI dog.
That's right.
That's true.
That's right.
It's a very good point.
That's right. No, it was him. It was me. I've been known to use that one.
By the way, our dog that is no longer with us anymore used to. Oh my Lord, he could clear a room, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that dog had
gas.
Oh boy, did he have gas.
Yeah. I would also want to know, are artificially intelligent male dogs capable of humping?
That's a good point.
Goes to town on that pillow sometimes. So you get them neutered. Yeah. All right, 7:48 as we get to a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Daniel, can you jump on the mic for 1 second? My friend, I'm getting some reports on the YouTube chat that the volume on YouTube isn't great. Do we know anything about that?
It sounds fine to me, but I can look into it.
I was also going to say something about the volume. I can barely hear. I'm having trouble hearing myself this
Oh,
morning.
no.
Like, I can hear you guys really well,
Yeah.
but I hear myself at, 10 degrees lower.
Interesting.
Valdez messing around with the board last night with Rooney.
Always blame Valdez, right?
I do. He was the last one in here and the first one back.
Actually, I was not the last one in here, so take that back.
Ooh. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Follow us on. By the way, I was listening on the Odyssey app, earlier, and it sounds fine on that. So I don't know.
Exactly.
We'll see. Have you guys heard of this? So there's this. I always love breaking new artists on the show, and he's not really breaking a new artist, but for the people who don't, know this type of stuff, there's a guy by the name of Oliver Anthony. Have you heard of him?
I have, only because I saw some stuff on Twitter this weekend, but prior to that, no idea who he was.
No idea who he was. So
Correct.
He's a breakout music star, Oliver Anthony. He shot to fame this week after his Blue Collar anthem exploded across the internet. However, left-wing outlet Rolling Stone took the opportunity to trivialize the viral sensation as simply a country song that right-wing influencers are losing their mind over.
Oh.
In just 3 days, Oliver Anthony's Rich Men North of Richmond has racked up millions of views on YouTube, Twitter, and other streaming services, despite being a mostly unknown music artist a mere weeks ago.
So they didn't do this enough with Jason Aldean, so now this is the next guy that they're going to label and then actually boost up?
He shot to #1 on the iTunes music charts.
Yeah. Keep it up, lefties.
It's crazy. It's amazing. Do you guys want to hear some of the song?
Of course.
This is Oliver Anthony, #1 on YouTube. This song is called, what did I say? Rich Men North of Richmond. Here you go.
Okay.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, north of Richmond.
It's good, right?
All right, so a couple of the lyrics, long hours and BS pay. I didn't know this song was about being a radio producer, but nice work out of him. It's a decent song. I don't love it.
Oh, wow.
I don't love it. The ginger beard is solid. He's got it grown out quite well.
If you're watching on YouTube, we played the video along with it, and he's standing in the woods with his dogs around him.
Mm-hmm.
But he has this really long red beard.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love it
had
too.
Seen him. I love it. But
right.
this is why are they saying it's the right? It's just a working man's
exactly
attitude.
Thank you, Dawn, because Rolling Stone used to love this when John Lennon wrote, "Working Man's Dream" or whatever that.
Bruce Springsteen.
Bruce loved the working man stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This guy singing exactly what Bruce Springsteen pretended to sing about for so many years.
Yeah.
And was praised for it. This guy singing about it, and he's a right-wing nut job.
Well, it's because the left now has lost the middle class. They've lost the working man. And he talks about the value of the dollar in that song. And over the last 3.5 years, the dollar's gone to crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no, I like it. So there's definitely some common sense to it, but if they want to say it's political in nature, that's fine. It's all factual.
It's just this just proves again too that like critics and it's like, oh, it doesn't matter if the people like it, they're gonna buy it, they're gonna listen to it, they're gonna stream it, whatever. It'll get out there.
Yep.
This is another great example of the people pushing back and be like, no, we want to hear stuff like this.
Now, did they attempt to cancel this by any chance, like the Jason Aldean song, or they were just critical?
No,
of
it's just they're just critical of it.
Okay,
and I just like these stories of these guys who, I mean, literally, I went to his Twitter page on August 13th. I guess that was yesterday. He was playing like a farmer's fair or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he's not playing Madison Square Garden.
Right.
So I love to see stuff like this where these guys have these songs that become viral sensations and working man's anthems.
So I mean, you're more music savvy than I am. Does this guy seem like he has it? Do you see a future for this guy?
Voice is amazing.
Yeah. Okay.
Voice is amazing. Just a little bit more, if you would.
Yep.
I'm being very self-indulgent, but
That's fine.
Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control.
They're saying on the YouTube chat that he played the same place a month ago, and he had 20 people there.
Oh.
And he played that place, I guess, yesterday, and a couple of thousand showed up.
Okay.
So.
20 people the first time?
Yeah.
It was like a DeSantis rally. Sorry.
But I'm looking him up, and he says in one video that he's pretty dead center down the aisle on politics.
Yes. Yeah, he's not some like...
He's not talking about politics.
He's singing about what Bruce Springsteen used to pretend to sing about.
Yeah. A nice work out of him. I like it.
There we go.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
No problem.
I loved it.
He's also alluding to, I think, that the white man can't get a break these days, which I agree. Tough to be a white man these days.
Maybe, but he never... I mean, I think that reached you. I don't know, does he really say that? He talks... One of his hits was "I Ain't Got a Dollar" or something like that. He's talking about the working man's woes.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go to the grocery store and drop $1.97 every Saturday. I got it.
A real working man, unlike the fake working man, Bruce Springsteen.
All right. Now, why you got to take a shot at Bruce? By the way, I downloaded a Bruce song over the weekend.
Why?
Totally underrated. And it's one of his, not newer, but probably in the last 15 or 20 years. Did you ever hear his song called Radio Nowhere?
Oh, of course, yeah.
I thought it's the first time I've ever heard that.
It's like mid 2000s.
Yeah,
Bruce, right?
That's what I was thinking. About 15 years or so. Yeah, a little Radio Nowhere. Not a bad jam.
Did you like it?
I did.
Okay.
And I was sitting by the pool, splashing my toes in the water, listening to a little Bruce.
God.
I think that won some awards.
Did it really?
That song.
All right.
Did you take a video of it?
No.
Speaking of music, let me just get all these out of the way, and then we'll get to the Sunday shows. Jason Kelce was at the Mount Joy show last night at the Mann Music Center.
Hey.
He got up there, and apparently some of the proceeds or whatever went to his charity foundation, which is great. But he took the stage last night and had some lovely words for Philadelphia, as we knew he would. So this is Jason Kelce from last night. Just a little bit of it.
Last year at Philly Ardmore Music Fest, Ardmore Music Hall at the Philly Music Fest, you meet your friends. And they were kind enough to put this show on and donate some of the proceeds to my foundation, Be Philly. And yeah, man, for those of you not familiar, Be Philly Underdog is also our apparel company. All it is designed to invest in our youth, invest in our future. Help kids reach their potential. And keep making Philly the best damn city in the world.
Jason Kelce, Philadelphia's #1 mascot.
Yeah, he's got to be the most beloved athlete in this city.
Yeah.
But if you're watching us on YouTube, you can see the way the camera is positioned of that clip. It's from the back of the performance. So it's you could see all the people in attendance and then Kelce up front. Did you notice something socially there in that shot?
What?
Everybody is holding up their smartphone, recording the video of Jason Kelce giving that speech. This is my biggest pet peeve with society.
Here we go.
When you go to a concert or a sporting event, can't you just enjoy and be in the moment instead? Like I know you want to show everybody that here's the concert and this is how I'm but why don't you just enjoy? Like, you're legitimately watching Jason Kelce through your phone instead of putting your phone down and watching him with your naked eye.
Being in the moment.
Right.
I do agree with you.
These people, it's just unbelievable.
I do agree with you. They try and create viral moments rather than being in the moment.
Yeah. Probably paid a couple of bucks to go to that. I mean, I don't think you're getting all your money for it, to be honest.
Dawn, if Jason Kelce showed up at a concert you were at, would you video it? Or
Yep.
Would you?
I would. I admit. Just at least a part of it.
Valdez says, God, I hate the Eagles.
What? You just stifle.
He's our Cowboy Packer assistant producer.
That's wrong. By the way, you guys Mount Joy fans? You ever hear of him?
Mount Joy?
Yeah, that's the show he was at last night.
No, never heard of it. Not saying I'm not a fan. Never heard of it.
No.
Mount Joy Rock Band.
Where was he at? The Man?
The Man.
The
Yeah.
Man.
Okay.
I wish I had been there.
Dorenzo likes Mount Joy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like an Almond Joy. By the time, put it in the freezer for a little bit. Good candy bar.
They're from this area.
Are they really?
It's good, right?
Yeah.
This This doesn't do it for you, does it? This
is fine.
Type of music.
No.
I love this. Is my jam.
No, this is like sitting around a fireplace outside, having a cocktail, pounding some beers, just sitting back. I don't imbibe in the weed, but if you want to do the weed thing, go right ahead. I can see Stalker camping to this.
No, this is great.
This is what you listen to when you go up to the Poconos and decompress?
I was just there this weekend, yes.
There you go, see ya.
Yeah.
I like their song Orange Blood. Was it Orange Blood?
It is, yes. Yeah, this is a Silver Lining.
It's got a good beat. It's catchy. I like it.
Anyway,
what genre would that be classified as? What do they call that these days?
That's a good question. I don't know. Pop rock, I guess. I don't know.
Pop rock?
Rock, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. A lot of music in the cut sheet so far.
Well, it's not where it's not where I intended to go.
Yeah,
but
can I get a little George Stephanopoulos in my life?
Stephanopoulos?
A little Chuck Todd?
Stephanopoulos.
Stepping all over my words.
Daniel Carino says Bruce is the most overrated Bon Jovi style singer ever. To be fair, Bruce invented the Bon Jovi style.
I mean, come on.
All right, let's get to politics, shall we? I want to get your reactions on this. Nikki Haley was in Iowa, as all the GOP candidates were over the weekend.
I forgot she exists.
Saying, because everybody asked about Trump. And she said this about to the reporter when asked about Donald Trump. This is cut 2.
For someone like the former president who is doing a rally and then dipping out, the polls haven't changed much. What do you make of that?
It's been early. Once you look at the debate stage, once you see the options, Americans will engage. Right now, they're only talking about what the media is talking about. The media loves to talk about Trump, so that's what they're talking about. Americans are not talking about Trump. When I'm in Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina, they're talking about the fact that we're $32 trillion in debt. Well, that's what they care about. That's what we've been talking about. They're not talking about Trump.
Do you guys agree with that? The people are not
Mm-hmm.
talking about Trump. The media talks about Trump. That's why the people talk about Trump.
That's an interesting point. And she's obviously got a better firsthand account and perspective of it. Talking about Trump sells. The actual kitchen table issues from a media standpoint does not sell. But it does sell to the voter, especially the silent, I guess, majority, the ones that you don't hear sniping all day on social media or talking heads in the media. I think she's got a valid point. Would you agree, Dawn? By the way, her shirt is great. Saying underestimate me. That'll be something else. I can't remember what it says now.
I think that, everybody wants to talk about Trump. I think people think about when somebody calls in, everything pivots to Trump.
Yeah. We don't get many calls on Nikki Haley.
No.
Or the issues, really.
So the only other person that we talked about that was interesting was Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yes.
Singing Eminem earlier. And, we know that he has loved that song since college.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only other one that can kind of break through that mold of not talking about Trump.
Right.
And so they need to figure that out because in truth, I'll defend anybody interviewing. You have to say, well, how am I better than the guy who's blasting everybody in the polls?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's beating everybody handily.
Yes.
There's no second place here. So it's a legit question to say, well, where do you stand on this issue or that issue? How do you compete with Trump?
Mm-hmm.
It's a fair question.
I said this last week. It feels like Nikki Haley and Tim Scott have vanished. And that's the first time we've actually talked about Nikki Haley probably in a few weeks because it's been Trump, DeSantis, Ramaswamy, Christie, and Pence. Those are the 5 that have created the fodder for talk radio. Nikki Haley and Tim Scott have just kind of been laying in the weeds. We haven't heard much since their initial campaign speech and their declaration that they were throwing their... I haven't talked about Tim Scott since he had that great campaign that was like, commit a crime, go to jail, take out a loan, pay it back. It was simple. It was brilliant. We haven't talked about him since June.
Yeah, it's true.
Yep.
And so he's the front runner. He remains the front runner, and nobody is really giving a great reason as to why they should, get the coverage. Or, there's no contest here.
Right. And a lot of here's the weird part of it is you talk about the Trump media coverage versus talking about the issues, it's not even really Trump that's creating the media talking points and coverage. It's all reactionary stuff from Trump, from the investigations, the indictments, and the arraignments.
Yeah.
It's all coming from the outside world of politics that it's not Trump-induced. It's Trump's reaction to them going after him.
If you're watching right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, please hit the like button. And if you have not done so, please hit the subscribe button, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We're at like 120 likes. I want to get to 200 likes. Walter Brodus says Nikki Haley has more of a shot than Trump has. Is he just trolling us? Is that
Walter Brodus?
Yeah, I said that on the YouTube chat.
Yeah,
that's not
true.
Okay.
Sounds like a bad radio take.
Today I'm going to tell you about why Nikki Haley has more of a shot than Donald Trump does. Although I stand by my belief that it won't be either Trump or Biden.
That's right. You're on record with that.
Jonathan Turley, we have a lot of reaction to the David Weiss becoming named special counsel and the Hunter Biden probe. Jonathan Turley was on Friday on Fox News when this broke. This is what he said, cut 5.
Jonathan, 2 questions for you. You know, we've seen 2 molds in the special counsel. You've seen the Jack Smith special counsel, which has been robust and very public and rather rapid. And then you've seen the Robert Hur one looking into the Biden documents, which has been notably more quiet. You have said perhaps Robert Hur's face belongs on a milk carton because we haven't heard a lot from him. So in what mold do you think this David Weiss special counsel will fall, number 1? And number 2, does this provide any sort of impediments for the congressional investigation into Hunter Biden and the Biden family?
Well, I think that's the concern. The initial concern is whether Weiss is damaged goods. You usually appoint a special counsel who will satisfy all sides, that this is someone who doesn't bring any baggage to the question, who can resolve these issues. These whistleblowers were critical of Weiss. You know, Weiss has suggested that he always had this authority. The whistleblowers said that he said the exact opposite to staff. They've suggested he allowed statute of limitations to run. That has not been the suggestion of the Department of Justice. So the reappointment of Weiss is going to raise some questions. As for the congressional investigations, there's no question that making him special counsel will now make it more difficult for Congress to get answers from him and from this investigation. It is not likely to deter Congress, however, particularly if they're shifting towards an impeachment inquiry. And once again, it goes to what is the mandate here? This goes beyond Hunter Biden. They've already allowed critical crimes to expire. Now, for Hunter Biden, this is obviously a chilling moment. You know, his counsel told the prosecutors in open court, quote, just rip it up. Now, I got to tell you, as a criminal defense attorney, if I ever said that to a prosecutor in open court, my client would be toast. They would just say, well, that's fine with us. We'll hit you with everything we've got. So the question is whether Weiss is going to follow that standard response and say, all right, let me introduce you to my friend called Farah. And you'll have an indictment as a foreign agent. And I'm also going to take a look at some of these other crimes. That's the cost of ripping up a deal in open court.
You know, Turley's so good at so many different things, but one of the things that he made a point of yesterday on his Twitter feed was that it couldn't be any worse for the Justice Department as an institution. He calls Weiss shoeless Joe Weiss being back in the game long after the public has left in disgust. And I think he's right, except for the fact that most of the American public doesn't pay attention to this, so they're not even aware, and they are completely oblivious to what Weiss really is in this isolated setting. To me, this is not the Hunter Biden investigation. This is the Hunter Biden cover-up. This is the guy that orchestrated the sweetheart plea deal. And now Garland comes out with complete disregard for what the public sentiment will be if you look at this objectively, if that's even possible in today's political landscape. And you see, you're putting this guy in charge of this. That would never. You think Trump would get this kind of break? You think if Trump's kid was being investigated for taking money from Saudi Arabia or from Russia, do you think he would get special counsel that seems very beneficial to his own case? I highly doubt it. Andy
McCarthy, another guy that we like to go to on these. By the way, not not the biggest Trump fan out there, but he calls it like he sees it with the law on David Weiss being named the special counsel. He says that this is a sham. Cut 6 here.
Now that we have this special counsel probe ongoing, how is that going to intersect or impact the separate but ongoing congressional investigation into Hunter Biden?
Jillian, this is a sham. There is no special counsel investigation, and there is no Biden investigation. The special counsel regulations, what makes a special counsel special is that you're a lawyer who's brought in from outside the United States government, not just outside the Justice Department, outside the government. This U.S. attorney is being appointed, notwithstanding that he is an attorney who's a top official in the Biden Justice Department, and Garland made clear is going to remain a top official in the Biden Justice Department. This is the Biden Justice Department's vehicle for maintaining control of an investigation that they are not pursuing. They've had the case for 5 years. They've never indicted it. They're strategically allowing the statute of limitations to run to the point that the 2014 and 2015 conduct, which covers most of the $21 million that the congressional investigation report showed this week, that's already time barred. And it's time barred because David Weiss himself decided to let those charges die rather than bring an indictment. They're not doing anything that you would do if there was an actual investigation, and he can't be a special counsel because he's inside the government, and the point of having a special counsel is to bring in someone from outside the government who we can trust to do a credible investigation.
Thank you, Andy McCarthy, which is why we named the big take this morning Anything But Special. I also thought it was outrageous. You had Jamie Raskin, the House Democrat. He was, I forget, what do they call the thing? It looks like a scarf or a bandana that he wears on his head.
Dude, hang on, he has cancer.
Yeah.
Just you know.
No, I'm not attacking him for that. I'm just trying to paint the visual for in case people have seen him on different congressional settings on TV. But he actually has the nerve to come out and say, quote, Hunter Biden did, quote, a lot of really unlawful and wrong things. Yet Raskin, as well as the rest of these stooges, are demanding an end to the investigations. How can you come out and say that you've done a bunch of things unlawful and wrong and then completely contradict yourself and say the investigation should end? Could you imagine if I robbed a bank and somebody said, Nick, that's unlawful. That's wrong. But you know what? We got to stop trying to prosecute you for it. I mean, come on. Jamie Raskin. Yeah, with all due respect to his situation. And I wasn't trying to be a jerk there, by the way, for anybody out there. Just trying to, some of these people don't resonate with the average audience member by name.
Boss Hog on the YouTube chat says, Hunter's story is over. Move on.
All right, Boss
Thoughts?
Hog.
Over.
Thoughts on that?
Oh, yeah, it is. We should just let's get it back to Bidenomics. You're right.
But that's how think about it. That's how the left feels. Hey, nothing to see here.
Mm-hmm.
You have tangible evidence of bank records that are quite curious, of tens of millions of dollars being transferred over to family members. And although they continue to say, well, there's no actual smoking gun here, there's no actual connection to Joe Biden, there are those in the House Ethics Committee who say, yes, there is. And I think that we are, obviously, it's pretty obvious. They've been setting forth their case methodically, and we're looking toward impeachment hearings come the fall.
Mm-hmm.
Back to school and back to impeachment hearings. That's where we're headed.
That's correct. And back to masks.
CNN wants everyone to know that the Bidens still love and support their son. Cut 7.
The White House didn't, they say, get a heads up about this move. Have they offered a response at this point?
Well, Brianna, the White House is really sticking to this no-comment strategy. When I reached out to them after Merrick Garland announced the appointment of that special counsel, they simply referred me back to the Justice Department as well as Hunter Biden's personal representatives. And I'm told by a White House official that they did not receive any heads up before this announcement came, learning about this the very same way that we all did as Merrick Garland stood at that podium to announce the appointment of the special counsel. But this all follows really this approach from the
White House has tried to maintain the independence of the Justice Department. As you have seen in past investigations, whether it's relating to the Bidens or those special counsel investigations regarding former President Trump, they really have tried to stay out and refrain from commenting in any manner. But this appointment of the special counsel serves as another complicated moment in the issues surrounding Hunter Biden. From the White House, we have simply in the past heard that President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden love and support their son. Of course, they continue to have him here at the White House, often for family gatherings and other events, are really showing no indications that they are distancing themselves from their son amid these investigations.
Yeah, they love and they support the. You know, it's amazing. The guy's 53 or 54 years old.
I love to support my son.
They paint the picture like this is a 16-year-old going through an identity crisis with a drug addiction.
You're right.
I mean, my God, he's got no handicaps. He's got no limitations. He's not special needs. He's a fully functional failure of an adult.
You are spot on with that. That the way they make it sound like it's like, well, he just loves his son.
Yeah.
He just loves his son.
Yeah, like he's Tiny Tim.
Which I do agree that there is some truth to that. However, his son is 53 years old.
Yes.
So, stop with the,
Well, like they talk about the love the Bidens have for their kid like it's optional. Like you're biologically programmed to love your children.
Yeah.
Right? Most normal human beings with an ounce of compassion love their child. Jeez. Should they be the family of the year because they love their son?
Yeah. While we were speaking this morning at 8:05, some hate mail came in. Would you like me to read it, or do you want me to?
Absolutely.
Okay, are you sure?
As long as it's going to keep you in a good mood.
Dawn, are you sure?
I don't want you getting sour on a Monday.
Because I know I asked
Hate
you,
has no home
but
here.
you say you're okay with it, but you're not actually really.
Oh,
according
is that
to
it?
the.
Okay.
Mike writes, Greg, good morning. I am a daily listener of 1210, pretty much Monday through Friday. I enjoy the show, along with the following few hours of shows. I don't call in and I'm not on social media. However, I always enjoy just listening to all the opinions of both the callers and your team. Now the but. Now the but.
Right.
This morning, within 10 seconds of each other during the 7 a.m. hour, both Nick and Dawn used the terms pregnant female, pregnant woman. If that type of verbiage continues, I'm out. Wow. That's all it's going to take for him to be out.
I vividly remember saying, let me just reemphasize, a pregnant female. This was in regards to the pregnant female and the benefits of getting a booster.
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about that?
Yeah.
And I was like, and I said, jokingly, pregnant female because males can't get pregnant. I remember saying that because I was here when I said it.
One of my reasons for tuning in every morning is that you and your staff are almost always not afraid to speak and act like normal human beings. I'm hoping this was just a one-time slip-up and not the new direction of the show and or station. Don't be afraid to play some Roger Miller now and then. I don't know who that is. But, Mike, first of all, we're the only show on we're the only morning show, let me say that, because all the shows on the station do it, but we're the only show that calls out BS everywhere. So you guys would not have said that as like a PC thing.
No. So can you go back to his comment towards the end there before we got to the Roger Miller stuff where he says about the way we framed pregnant female or
use the term pregnant female / pregnant woman. That's all I got.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, because his name was Roger?
His name was...
I think it was Roger?
Hang on. Hold, please. Mike.
Mike. Yeah, Mike, because men can't be pregnant.
We know that.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what's so controversial about that, but
whatever. Well, we were talking about, I know I was quoting a study that said the vaccine was recommended for pregnant women.
Right.
But why wouldn't I say pregnant women?
Yeah. As opposed
pregnant
to,
mothers, pregnant women?
As opposed to pregnant dudes and guys? I don't know. Maybe Roger's a TikTok. I don't know. I keep saying Roger.
Sure.
Where did I get Roger from? I could have sworn I heard the word Roger for a moment.
He said, "Don't be afraid to play some Roger Miller."
Oh, Roger Miller. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But no, maybe he thought we were being politically correct. We were not.
Yeah. The last thing I am is politically correct.
No. As a formerly pregnant woman,
I'm just
pregnant mother.
Look,
I'm more sensitive. I always say, if you want to call yourself pregnant as a male, I want to see you push for 12 hours a 9-pound object out of your orifice.
Orifice.
And I will call you a pregnant person if you do that.
I pushed a 6-pound something out of my orifice, but that was from the big hoagie I had on Saturday.
Oh my God.
What is wrong with you?
It was just stuck in me for an hour. Like
Stop.
That is so
right, enough 12-year-old radio.
He's talking about
his hemorrhoids.
His hemorrhoids, yeah, exactly. My question, and Mike, thank you for listening all day, and we appreciate all the listeners. We do. My question is that one little phrase like that gets you to tune out completely?
I mean,
aren't the listeners of this station not supposed to be the snowflakes?
Right. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I think people have had it.
Unless he's a lefty. He could
No,
be a liberal.
I think he's
doubt
just.
it.
I think the opposite. Now I get it. I just think he's like, oh no,
Oh,
they're the
even
last.
they're going.
They're the last holdout. Say it ain't so.
Trust me.
You
Trust
know?
me. There's no.
Don't worry.
PC stuff going on here. Yeah. In fact, I'm talked about. I've been talked about quite a bit with the fact that I am also the brand manager, but also on a non-PC radio show.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't always jive sometimes. Speaking of pregnant women, pregnant persons, pregnant whatever, this is I've been sitting on this since last week. Pun not intended. This is detransitioner Katie Lennon. I guess she transitioned from one to another and realized it was a giant mistake, and she talks about it. I always like to hear these because we always hear the other side. Yep. We always hear but it's their truth. It's how they feel.
I've never felt more alive.
You never hear from the mainstream media. Never plays the opposite, where they get the surgery done or they transition or whatever, and they're like, "Oh my God, did I make a mistake?"
Because it's not profitable.
Make a mistake. This is cut 9.
I'm a detransitioner, and I live in Lowell, but I work, worship, and do business in Nashua, and so I'm an active community member of the 603, and I'm here in support of SB 272 today. So like many children and teens today, I identified myself as transgender for years, and when I started to feel confused and ashamed about my developing body, I asked everyone in my life to call me by a new name and use male pronouns to refer to me. So in other words, I went through a social transition from female to male. Everyone in my life immediately affirmed my new identity, either out of full support for it or just to stay neutral and not cause any issues. But the constant affirmation, both active and passive, solidified me in my transgender identity. No one meant to lock me into an identity that would later leave me broken, ashamed, and more confused than before. They were really all just being nice. But the social transition eventually wasn't enough, and I soon felt I needed to take testosterone. And when that wasn't enough, I had a double mastectomy. And when that still wasn't enough, I had a total hysterectomy, including the removal of my uterus, cervix, fallopian tubes, and both ovaries.
My God.
There's no point of contentment during a gender transition. We get fleeting moments of euphoria, but ultimately one step leads straight into the next. And I thought that in the end I could really become a man, but all I became was a mutilated and abused version of my old self. Social transition is a big deal, and we're lying when we say that any of this is reversible. This is a big decision with lifelong consequences, and New Hampshire doesn't even require that parents be involved.
Oh, man.
If the roles of mother and father don't include authority over the emotional, social, and physical future of their children, the roles no longer mean anything. Like me, transgender identifying youth have a high risk for depression. The Trevor Project, which is an LGBT advocacy group, reports that 45% of LGBT teens have seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. More than half of that number is transgender identifying youth. Teachers and school administrators are mandated reporters, and if a child's suspected to be 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than the other students his age, his parents have a right to know, and SB 272 will ensure that parents are notified if their children are identifying with a high-risk community, and will allow the parents to decide the next best step for their child.
Wildly remarkable that the parents can be completely kept in the dark on this, as this was the case apparently in New Hampshire. This is prime example of mental health breakdown, physical alteration, and then you arrive back to some sort of mentally adequate state, and you say, "Oh my God, what did I just do to myself?" I don't know what else we can say, but a little bit of a different twist I'll add to this. The doctors and the medical experts that go along with this should be ashamed.
Not just ashamed, Nick.
Prophets, Hippocratic oath, whatever you want. There are many subtopics to it, but it's just embarrassing.
It really is. I don't know how to say this, but it's just I think that the media should do its job and highlight stories like that as much as they highlight the other side.
Right. But we've heard what the market is for this type of operation and this whole situation. By 2033, this is a $32 billion a year industry.
Yep.
So there's not a lot of money to be made to scare people out of getting it done.
We play a lot from this Rachel Zegler. She's going to be the new Snow White in the new woke Snow White movie.
Yeah, young AOC.
Yeah, she is the young AOC.
She is.
She says that the 2024 Snow White movie didn't do the prince who was a stalker, because if you remember in the original Snow White, the prince was a little stalkerish.
He's a Joe Biden.
But she says we don't do that in the new one. This is Rachel Zegler.
I mean, you know, the original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her.
Yeah.
Weird.
Super weird.
So we didn't do that this time.
So no prince, or a different kind of prince?
We have a different approach to what I'm sure a lot of people will assume is a love story, just because, like, we cast a guy in the movie. Right. Andrew Burnap, great dude. Yep. It's one of those things that I think everyone's going to have their assumptions about what it's actually going to be, but it's really not about the love story at all, which is really, really wonderful. And whether or not she finds love along the way is anybody's guess until 2024. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby.
So they could totally cut out the guy in the movie? I mean, I know it was 86 years ago, and some things in 1937 don't play in 2023, but I'm going to root against this movie so it doesn't come out until 2024, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to root against this movie like I root against the Dallas Cowboys.
My question is that if they're going to just completely change Snow White,
right?
Why remake it then? Look, if you want to say something from 1937 is outdated,
sure,
fine.
I got it.
But then make a new movie then. Why are we remaking movies and changing them?
Yeah. It's like changing all these things in books and history and all this other stuff. It's like we're trying to revise everything about this country. It's like whether it's the taking down of statues or it's so absurd that we live in this world that you're going to be bothered by something that was created in 1937 that, wait for it, was fiction.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fake.
It's a cartoon.
It's a cartoon.
We are trying to erase history. Like, I understand. It may not play to 2024's crowd.
Well, that's what woke is all about, eradicating the past and telling you the way it should have been from day one. That's what woke is about, and that's why nobody likes it, and it fails. Because common sense adults can separate fact from fiction and real-life stuff versus cartoons.
Yeah.
You know, like Pepe Le Pew. Remember Pepe Le Pew?
He got canceled.
He did. Because wasn't he basically raping another skunk? But you know what? It wasn't real.
Skunk rape.
Skunk on skunk crime.
Oh, my
By the way,
gosh.
Sunday, I was driving down the road. I smelled some of the worst skunk marijuana of all time. You ever get a bad contact high from somebody in the vehicle ahead of you?
Never.
You've never had that?
Never.
Awful. I was about to put a mask on. It was so bad.
Why don't you put your windows up on your ridgeline?
I should have. I like the windows down sometimes. Blair my Jason Aldean. Try that in a small town song. Oh, boy, that's right. Anybody mess with me.
Can you be any more of a caricature? Like, honestly, driving down the road in your pickup truck.
I'm just trying to get ratings, baby.
My Lord. Speaking of caricatures, Kamala Harris sat down with the Reverend Al Sharpton, because you know, it's like everybody has to bow to the altar of the Rev. Yeah. So she had a big sit down with him. The first question is that the real hard hitting questions by the Rev. What is it that wakes you up every morning?
Yeah, my alarm clock.
Kamala Harris. This is cut 3.
Share with me, what is it that you have on your mind when you wake up every morning?
Our democracy.
Okay.
Rev, I think everything is at stake right now.
Rev, I think everything's at stake right now.
When I think about democracy, I think of it as its nature is there's a duality, there are two pieces to it.
Right.
There's one aspect of a democracy that is about strength. When a democracy is intact, it strengthens the people, it protects and fights for fundamental freedoms, individual rights. It's It's a fight for order against chaos. It strengthens. On the other hand, democracy, incredibly fragile. It will only be as strong as our willingness to fight for it.
Well, we see where they're going in 2024.
Yeah, voting rights are on the line, even though it was never easier to vote in Georgia and more difficult to vote in New York and on down the list. Imagine waking up and thinking about democracy at any position professionally in your life.
Giant lie.
I know.
It's a giant lie.
Right.
That she doesn't. And what kind of the question? What do you think about when you wake up every morning?
Yeah.
I don't know what time my coffee is going to get here. Like what I have to do that day.
Yeah. How disastrous the Schuylkill will be. But I get up and think about democracy. They love that word. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to be fair. I'm going to rip Fox for it. Fox keeps running these stinking things, 2024 democracy promos. They're guilty of it as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop.
You can tell what the Democrats are going to run on in 2024. Democracy and abortion.
That's correct. It's the only two things.
And by the way, if Republicans don't get their messaging correct, they will lose on it.
Agreed.
Are you concerned about the black turnout in 2024? This is very important to the Democrats, which is probably why she's sitting down with Al Sharpton. Although he's such a race hustler, I don't understand why he has any relevance, any sway in the African. I don't think he does. I think the media thinks he does.
Yes, I agree.
And that's why he sits he's on Morning Joe every morning. He has a show on Saturdays or Sundays on MSNBC. And it's like, well, he's the kingmaker for the African American.
It's also insulting to the African American community that the narrative is that a majority of African Americans idolize this guy. They can see for what he is.
100%. 100%. By the way, we're like 60 likes away from 200. So if you're watching right now on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210WPHT, please hit the like button. If you have not done so, hit the subscribe button. Okay, Al Sharpton.
Are you concerned about turnout, especially among blacks in the election? You hear these polls. Are you concerned about that?
I am always concerned about turnout, whatever election we are talking about. Because let us, in a moment where we thank everybody for what they did to turn out in 2020, appreciate that it takes an effort to turn out to vote. People have things to do. They have obligations. If somebody's working 2 or 3 jobs, if they've got, a bunch of children and they need to worry about who's going to take care of the kids while they go vote, or people have obligations every day. But the people who, especially the people who have most at stake in the election, are often the people who least have the luxury of taking time out of their day to do something that is not an immediate obligation. So I recognize that. And I recognize that when people make the effort to register to vote, to fill out that ballot, to go to the polls and vote, it is an effort that we should appreciate and be thankful for when they make it. I'm worried about it because I also know that there has been a lot of effort and laws that have been passed to try and make it more difficult for people to vote.
Here we go.
Georgia.
Rev.
In the United States of America, we went through all these fights, the March on Washington, John Lewis, all that.
Yep.
And these so-called leaders who are so bold as to unapologetically propose and pass laws to make it more difficult for the American people to vote. Mm-hmm. The gall. So I do worry that we have to do everything we can to remind people of why it's important, and also fight against those people who are trying to make it difficult.
Well, that took her 5 minutes to get through a paragraph. That was brutal. But never forget when they tried to say it was Jim Crow Laws 2.0. I was working in Atlanta, Georgia when that comment was made, and they had record turnout to vote. So, it's just amazing what they throw up on the wall. The left runs with, the media gobbles it up, and it's just not factually correct.
Doesn't matter, though, Nick? Doesn't matter if it's factually correct?
Nope, because when you just tune in and get that for 5 minutes. And, by the way, too, can we, and I think I said this during the midterms, Can we stop making it sound like going to vote is such an ordeal and a process? Like it's such a difficult thing. Like if you can't, whether you work 2 jobs or 3, if you have 1 kid or you have 5 kids, it's really not that difficult to get at. If it means something to you, it's a right that you are granted in this country. You will find it's amazing we can find a way to do all we do on a daily basis and waste hours upon hours staring at our smartphone. But I can't find a way to finagle 48 minutes out of my day to run down to my local precinct and vote.
Yep.
Come on, stop.
Somebody on the chat says the Dems are always pushing against making the election day a federal holiday. So, if they want to make it easier to vote, that would do it. Although I am also against that. I don't think it should be, because I don't think we should make it easier to vote. I think voting should be. You should have you should have a little skin in the game.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that easy.
And like carrying identification with you.
Yeah.
Hey, yes, I am Nick Kayal. Here's my license. I can prove to you that.
We don't want every 18-year-old who doesn't know Jack, what, to vote.
Right.
We just don't, because they don't know what they're voting on.
No.
That's the problem.
A couple of other instant feedback. We've got Marcus Aurelius, who says, I get offended every time you guys take a pregnant pause. And then Exile in Jersey says, a weekly hate mail segment would be hilarious.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
I said somebody said that last week.
Yep.
We really don't get enough of it to generate a weekly segment.
Okay.
So
do it as it comes.
We just do it as it comes.
Okay.
All right, one more, and then we'll get to Dawn. So we played this guy last week, but now he's back in the news because he's calling on. He wants Joe Biden primaried. Who is this? This is Representative Dean Phillips from Minnesota. He was on Meet the Press with Chuck Todd. He now names names on who he would like to see run in the primary against Joe Biden. Here we go.
The call to action is to ask the president to pass the torch. There is an extraordinary bench of people ready to go, proximate,
who would you like to
prepared,
see in this
positioned.
race?
I would like to see a moderate governor, hopefully from the heartland, from one of the 4 states that Democrats will need.
So let's see, Gretchen Whitmer. You'd like to see her, or is it Tim Walz, your home state governor, Tony Evers? Help me out here.
You just said a few names I think would be great. Josh Shapiro. There are a number of people.
Ah.
J.B. Pritzker.
Ooh.
Some people have asked me that I not use their names because of this institutional fear that it might impact you down the road. This is the time to meet the moment. And I'm doing something that I know it's unpopular as a Democrat, but I'm speaking truth. That's my job. My duty is to the people I represent, but also to represent the mass majority. And I want to say this about Democrats. It's really important. Joe Biden right now is down 7 points in the 4 swing states that will decide the next election. He has historically low approval numbers, Chuck. There are about 55% of Democrats would like to see an alternative. I can keep going down the list. The fact of the matter is,
everything you're saying, we've all heard in private as well. Why do you?
There you go.
2 things interesting about that. One, he puts Gretchen Whitmer in the conversation of moderate. That's interesting.
I had a conversation yesterday with 2 gentlemen who reside in Michigan who are Democrats, and they love Gretchen Whitmer. So I think she's a rock star.
Really?
For them.
Interesting. And then Josh Shapiro, which is interesting, Dawn, because it feels like since day one, it's been about elevating Josh Shapiro and also John Fetterman. Remember the articles and the campaign stuff that we were hearing and all the spin from the mainstream about John Fetterman. Do you have aspirations of getting to the White House one day? Like, wait a minute. You haven't even served a week in your current role. Obviously, Shapiro much more qualified and capable physically and mentally at this standpoint post-Fetterman stroke. But I'm not surprised that name was floated out there, and I'm sure you're not either.
No, it's. And who was the first to say that? Was it CNN?
I believe, yes.
Right?
Yes. Were they?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Really? Let the man recover from, a traumatic brain injury.
Yep.
Before you start floating that. But
No, it was. I think it was CBS Sunday Morning. They did that. That puff piece on him.
Oh, that's right.
They're like, are you thinking about 2024?
Yes.
Like, how about no?
No. Actually, I'm thinking about tying my shoes right now.
Do you think that they are behind closed doors all coming up with like a list of who can run against Joe?
Well, it's fun. I mean, are we in agreement from the Democratic side of things that Shapiro would be on the short list? Because it's always been Gavin Newsom. We know they don't want RFK Jr. Okay, you've heard Gretchen Whitmer mentioned there. I mean, I'm not like if you put together 5 viable possibilities, regardless of whether you think they're good or vote for them, but just looking at it from their perspective with the blue hat on, I mean, I got to imagine Shapiro will be in the top 10. Top 5, I don't know.
Can you imagine, though, with Josh Shapiro, you know who would pull out his hair extensions? New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy.
Would he be
He
on
cannot
those?
be before me.
All right now, would you, on a most likely scenario, let's qualify it by who would have the best shot? Would you put Murphy ahead of Shapiro?
I think, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't personally,
Right.
but I think he would be. I mean, I think it's Gavin Newsom,
So do I.
who's been unofficially running.
Right.
But I think that's why Elizabeth Warren had to speak out last week, and you heard that, because I think that she's out there going, hello, what about me? Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Is that it?
Give me a beer and a chance.
That's right.
I had a conversation a few weeks ago with a Republican, and I know everybody can be like, that he's really not a Republican, but he's a Republican. But he's a Josh Shapiro fan. So I think there's a lot of appeal for him from more moderate Republicans.
Interesting.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that he definitely is. I think he's better than Newsom or Murphy, because I think people look at his life story and he just comes across as more of a mainstream guy, married his high school sweetheart, 4 kids. We don't have controversy with him of any sort. So he seems like more of a middle of the road guy, but he just is not experienced. He's too new.
Right.
He's not experienced enough.
All right. That will do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 1. Part 2 coming up in just about 1 hour, 8:42 Monday morning. Let's get to Dawn Stenzelin's Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal Company.
And Big 3 at 8 this morning, sponsored by Discover Lancaster, on this day where we will see 90 degrees and possible storms moving in later this afternoon. So another dead whale discovered off the East Coast here. 2 more dead whales washing ashore late last week and over the weekend, reigniting a politically charged debate over these so-called wind turbines or wind farms, whether that mapping could be responsible for the growing number.
It's almost undeniable at this point, right?
Yeah,
I saw Rudy tweeting about it yesterday.
This isn't an accident.
No.
This isn't like, now all of a sudden all these dead whales and dolphins and everything are washing up on shore. No, it's not a coincidence.
I mean, it starts off as an isolated incident, and then it becomes a pattern, and then it becomes a trend, and then it's like, no, you can't bury your head in the sand with this one. Can't.
Yeah, so off of New York and, Monmouth County off the Jersey Shore, we saw this. I mean, and these are huge, 30-plus foot-long whales. And all the kids gather, and it's, peak shore time, and a lot of people reacting to this. But more than a dozen whales have now washed ashore in New York or New Jersey since December. This is very unusual. And that doesn't even count dozens more of these dolphins washing ashore. And even some of the dolphins, what people are commenting all the time is that they're trying to push them back out. They're still alive. And they're saying, what could possibly be in the water where these mammals would die to get out of the water? What's in the water?
Yeah.
So those are some of the...
Pushing them back in the water. It sounds like something the Democrats would do to people like John Fetterman and Dianne Feinstein. Get back in there. You're not dead yet. Keep going.
So as of this morning, more than 360,000 people have signed a petition posted by our friends at Clean Ocean Action, who we've been talking to over the past year, demanding an independent probe into these whale deaths. And local political leaders are also weighing in on the weekend deaths. We're starting to see Democrats in New Jersey start to question this.
Yeah.
Because this is problematic.
Well, once it becomes undeniable, then you have to speak up about it, right?
Well, the problem was they started calling it a conspiracy theory that with the wind turbines, and now all of a sudden that more and more of it is happening. They're like, well, maybe there is some truth to this. Maybe we need to do a little more research on it.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is a Joe Biden. Joe Biden owns this. He's doubled down on it, as well as Governor Phil Murphy, who Nick was just talking about. So we've been following it, and we continue to do so. Necropsies on both animals from over the weekend will help to determine the cause of death, although there has been controversy surrounding some of those results and the reporting of it. All right, Nick had this earlier this morning talked about vaccines and COVID vaccines heating up or building up for the fall and back to school. So just piggybacking off of that, there's a new JAMA report of JAMA Internal Medicine reporting that there is vaccine politics that may be to blame for GOP excesses in deaths. In other words, the claim here or what they're searching for is that it appears that your party affiliation is a risk factor and became a risk factor for, they say, excess mortality rates during the COVID pandemic, that more Republicans died because of politics.
So Trump should be indicted for that, too. Trump indicted for your health decision. Indictment number 5.
The claim here is that it's a cohort study evaluating some 538,000 deaths in individuals ages 25 years plus in Florida and Ohio. So they're just looking at Florida and Ohio between March of 2020 and December of 2021. And the claim here is that there was an excess mortality rate with significantly higher Republican voters than Democrats. So they're putting party affiliation, weaving that into this study.
So they chose 2 red states, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. This gives us a lot of fodder. We'll look at it, but it's you can look at it for yourself. Journal of American Medical Association, JAMA. So they're reporting on this one, and this, as Nick Kayal told you earlier, the FDA advisors have endorsed updating COVID vaccines to target the latest Omicron strain.
I mean,
that happened earlier.
Personally, I would just look at age, your current health status, what types of comorbidities you might have had. But yeah, I guess if you're a registered Republican, you're going to die quicker. We'll factor that in as well. There you go.
Well said. And we've talked a lot about Bud Light. Well, now Skittles' new packaging has some calling to boycott Skittles, along with giving them the Bud treatment.
Yeah, the pro-transgender messaging on their packaging I saw.
Yes, and pro-transgender and with the pride wrappers, but apparently they say black trans lives matter.
Oh,
so now
BTLM.
But yeah, they're adding a new adjective.
Okay, so we throw in another letter into the verbiage. BTLM matter.
And so maybe this is also triggering the African American community because they don't like it when you play around with Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying Black trans lives matter.
I don't like it when they play around with my candy bars. How about that? Remember they used to tell us taste the rainbow?
Yep.
There's a whole new meaning to that, apparently.
Tasting the, oh my goodness.
There you go.
Tracy.
See what I did there?
Well,
I'm going to hell.
Maybe you can taste the good rainbow over Lancaster, but discover Lancaster nonetheless. Discover more of Lancaster this weekend. Pack the family in for some farm fun at Cherry Crest Adventure Farm in Lancaster County. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Plan your getaway. Thank you, Discover Lancaster, for sponsoring our Big 3 at 8.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. I saw some of the comments. Mars is about to get the Bud Light treatment. Going woke lost Bud Light's parent company, Anheuser-Busch, millions in market cap, and Mars has made a huge mistake. Another individual saying this is worse than a beer company or even a retailer. This is candy, heavily marketed to children. People can do as they please, but when they get into the indoctrination business of children, it's time for them to be canceled. Read another tweet. So how about that? All right. 855-839-1210. Don't forget you can discover more of Lancaster all aboard the steam train this week in Lancaster County on the Strasburg Railroad. I've actually been to that one for wine and cheese or trivia night. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com to plan your getaway. From Skittles to Campbell's, we go. Hour 3 wraps up next on Kayal & Company.
Does your knee pain keep getting worse? How about that pain in your shoulder or hip or your back? Don't let them tell you steroids and surgery are your only option. Take my advice now. Call QC Kinetics. Dawn Stansland here. You know, QC Kinetics can make that pain go away with all natural advanced regenerative medicine. And they're helping people here in the Philadelphia region every single day with these amazing natural treatments which restore and repair damaged joint tissue. It's like turning back the clock. Regenerative medicine uses concentrated healing agents from your own body, which stimulate that damaged tissue in your joints so they can work like they're supposed to. Zero downtime. How about that? This is a remarkable option. You need to check it out, and the consultation's free. Just call QC Kinetics now. 215-999-3000. Would you just call QC Kinetics? Call them today. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You're out of breath. Have a constant dry cough that won't go away. It could be interstitial lung disease. ILD is rare, but it's serious. It can be the fight of your life. And you can't face the fight of your life if you don't know you're in it. Ask your doctor. Find a pulmonologist. Get answers. There's hope. There's help. But don't wait. Go to lungsandyou.com/fight ILD.
The Securities and Exchange Commission regulates our nation's Wall Street firms, and their top attorney exposes one of the many hidden threats to your 401k and mutual fund accounts in the stunning documentary film, The Baby Boomer Dilemma.
My name's Edward Siddell. I'm a former SEC attorney who has pioneered the field of forensic investigations of pensions and retirement plans. 0.5% or more a year in excessive fees causes your average American worker to have maybe 60% what they would have in their 401k balance had they been in lower cost mutual funds.
Learn how to eliminate market risk and fees from your retirement future. Reserve your seat for the next private screening of The Baby Boomer Dilemma at the William Penn Inn on September 12th. Registration is required. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do you feel like you're always looking for another energy boost? Then try Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. As we age, our bodies don't tend to produce enough natural fuel to get rid of that stubborn feeling of fatigue. Well, Rescue Orosine provides just that. Orosine helps by boosting energy production at the cellular level, while also supporting a healthy heart and blood pressure. Right now, our exclusive radio listeners can buy one bottle of Orosine, get another one free. Just use the code FUEL when placing your order. Call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Make sure you mention the code FUEL, F-U-E-L, when you call, or use the code at the online checkout. Again, use the code FUEL when buying a single bottle of Orosine to receive a second bottle free.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
$8:54, Kayal and Company getting ready for the 9 o'clock hour. Morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. What's on the cut sheet, part 2? Who on Twitter today? What's on tap for the Dawn Show? All still on the way here on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. So we talked a little bit there towards the end of that segment about Skittles. But how about, and I know we mentioned this earlier in the show when it came to, we were talking about the economy and then grocery shopping, and we mentioned, the price of certain items in the store. And then, of course, we alluded to one of the stories that we were going to touch on, and that is the Rao's pasta sauce, or gravy for those of you out there that prefer to call it that, being acquired by Campbell's. and its fans are apparently heartbroken. Now, I know when you talk about jarred gravy or sauce, that gets in certain people's feelings. I am not Italian, but I do think I have a pretty good palate for what is good sauce or good gravy and what is not. My mom used to always make homemade sauce. And once, I grew up and moved out and she passed away, I never really learned how to make, and I could try, but it probably wouldn't come out great. So I always, and I don't eat pasta a ton, but I do love, if there's one jarred spaghetti sauce or gravy, it's Rao's. And it's usually $9 or $10 a pop. So it's a little pricey, but Campbell's is purchasing it. And apparently people are set to not be overly enthused about it. The deal is set in stone at this point. And considering that both companies entered an agreement for Campbell's to acquire Rao's, I guess, parent company is called Savos, S-O-V-O-S, for $23 per share in cash, which amounts to a total value of about $2.7 billion. And it's a major win, according to some industry insiders, for Campbell's, who also apparently makes Prego sauce, which I would not feed my dog, and goldfish crackers alongside its namesake soups. Now, I know Dorenzo is the lone Italian on this show. And, of course, Dom's Italian. Rich is, I believe, is Matt DeSantis also Italian as well, I think?
I would assume so, yeah.
I think so. And I don't know, Dorenzo, if you're listening or not. But number one, when it comes to Rao's, is it as advertised in your opinion? Because I think it's really good, but I'm a Metagon, so what do I know? And Dorenzo's not there. All right. I probably should have alerted him to it. But I think it's a really good sauce, and I don't understand why people are flipping out, because I don't think Campbell's is going to get rid of it. I mean, Campbell's is acquiring it because they see value in it.
Yeah.
They're paying $23 per share, and they just coughed up almost $3 billion. It's not like they're going to try to mess with it or alter it or take it off the market. And if you've ever had any other jarred sauces, Prego, I think, stinks. Ragu, awful. There's like those new, Paul Newman has like you go down the sauce aisle, there's probably 10 or 12 in your grocery store. But I would argue, and I've actually met many Italian people that said, yeah, I mean, if you have to resort to non-homemade, that's probably the way to go.
That's what everybody says.
That's what everybody says.
Yeah, that it's that is the most authentic to what traditional Italians consider sauce.
Yes.
I can honestly say I don't think I've ever had it, so I have no idea
really
how it stacks up against.
Are you not now? Because I know you're a vegetarian, correct?
Yeah, I eat fish, but sure.
Do you do pasta though?
Yes.
Okay. And you've never had Rao's, but are you typically like a marinara guy? Do you like meat sauce? Are you an Alfredo?
Marinara sauce, I think, is the way to go. And I'm sure there's people like saying, "Oh, no." But.
Because I've always been one of the guys that like. Look, if I'm wrong, all the Italian people can come out of the woodworks and hammer me on this. I like my sauce a little bit more savory, spicy, garlicky. I don't like a sweeter sauce.
Yeah.
And that applies to pizza as well as pasta. I don't want it thick, and I don't want like a sugary based sauce, or I shouldn't say sugary based, but a sweeter sauce.
Well, that's the problem, is that a lot of these canned sauces have way too much sugar.
And that's why I can't. But see, Rao's doesn't. Rao's has got and they get you can almost sense the fresh olive oil they put in it and the quality ingredients. So,
is it pronounced Rao or Rao?
You're asking me?
I don't even know.
I would say Rao's. That's what I've always called it. I've never been corrected, but I've never talked sauce on the radio. So maybe now that we're on YouTube, all the comments, it's Rao's.
Yeah, nobody's taking issue with that, Nick. Everybody's taking issue with you saying gravy.
Well, some people call it gravy.
Yeah.
Tony Bruno calls it gravy. I'm just presenting it to both sides.
Ralph says when you say gravy, you don't have to say I'm not Italian, Nick.
Okay.
But he does say Rao's or Rouse is very, very, very good.
I agree. I think it's one of the things I don't mind paying $10 a bottle for. Not bad.
Yeah, if you're not making it homemade, which is more time consuming. But I think it's not supposed to have sugar in it.
Good.
Right?
Yeah, I don't want sugar in my sauce.
No.
Salt, garlic, basil, tomato, onion, the whole bit. A little crushed red pepper. So Dorenzo, by the way, makes a really good sauce with crushed red pepper on it.
Nice.
Yeah, Anthony Dorenzo can make me a little thing of sauce.
Little chef.
Little chef, that's right. All right, that'll do it for the 8 o'clock hour, and we'll come back. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three. A lot in the news, including libs losing their minds over Woody Harrelson wearing an RFK Jr. hat, and scientists say climate crisis is manufactured drama. But first, Dawn Stenslin with a word for QC Kinetics.
Yeah, because maybe your knee pain is getting worse and worse. How about that pain in your shoulder, maybe your hip or your aching back? Don't let them tell you steroids or surgery are your only option. Not anymore. Just take my advice. Call QC Kinetics. Yeah, my friends from QC Kinetics can make that pain go away with all natural, advanced regenerative medicine. And they are helping people here across the Philadelphia region every single day with these amazing natural treatments which restore and repair damaged joint tissue. It is like turning back the clock and feels so good. Regenerative medicine uses concentrated healing agents which come from your own body to stimulate that damaged tissue in your joints so that they work like they're supposed to, like they used to, maybe even better. And there's zero downtime. That's the amazing part here. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in this exciting medical breakthrough, and it truly is a breakthrough. Patients here are getting real lasting results and saying no to surgery and drugs. People are always asking me, does it really work? Yes, it really works. If you have pain due to injury or maybe some arthritis, this is a remarkable option. Just check it out. And the consultation is, of course, free. Call QC Kinetics now, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Do you really want to take shots the rest of your life just to lose weight? NJ Diet's typical results are twice as fast as weight loss injections without any of the side effects. Plus, you learn proper portion control. You develop healthy eating habits that last you the rest of your life. By the end of NJ Diet's 40-day program, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds, contractually guaranteed. You will lose the weight. You will keep off the weight the natural way. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements. That's going to get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help keep the weight off. Locations throughout the East Coast are available with live online video consultations. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose weight quickly the natural way with NJ Diet. 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expense.
Every business seeks an advantage, whether it's having the best location, hiring top talent, or spotting trends before they happen. And now, the United States Postal Service can give your business a new advantage. Introducing USPS Ground Advantage. Reliable and affordable 2 to 5 day package shipping. It's the advantage you need at the price you want. Get the Ground Advantage at USPS.com/advantage. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
There were reports of gunshots being fired outside of Clementon Park in Splash World. A 24-year-old man from Philadelphia has been arrested. The 14-year-old boy is in critical condition after being shot twice in North Philly. And the Hawaii wildfires have taken over 90 lives and have left thousands without shelter.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Angie makes it easier than ever to connect with skilled pros to get your home projects done well, from repair to remodel. Get started on the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, baby, 9:07. It is Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour underway here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the Odyssey app for free. Watch us for free live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button. Be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. Send your hate mail, your tweets, your critiques, your criticisms, your love. Start your own conversation. Do whatever you want in that little box. It's all for you. We'll read some of it as we go along. Morning Mystery Movie Clip is coming up in just about 13 minutes. We'll also get to Dawn Stensland's Big Three in about 8 minutes' time. I do want to get to the RFK Jr. story, as well as a scientist who used to buy into the climate change narrative that is now saying it is manufactured drama for fame and fortune. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. But just a few moments here on the weekend that was. The more I was thinking about it, because we talked about, Joe and Hunter and the special counsel. That was the big take this morning. Also, Trump's weekend that was. And he was from, going to Iowa, then back to Bedminster this past weekend. And I think the Live Golf event was at Bedminster in New Jersey. And Trump was out on one of the patios in the galleries. And he was tossing, the red MAGA hats out like they were Frisbees, and people were going nuts. It was a pretty cool scene as some of the golf was going on Sunday. But one guy, and we talked about Vivek and, his Eminem love and singing the rap song from 20 years ago again. But the guy that really had a rough weekend was DeSantis. We briefly alluded to the pudding fingers chant in Iowa, not to be confused with his other favorite condiment.
Mustard.
Which is mustard. But, and this is really just, it highlights how much of a shadow Trump can cast. And Trump has a shadow over the whole party. So he shadows over Vivek and Pence and Christie and Scott and Haley and everybody else. But it really just lingers over DeSantis because he was the guy that was viewed as, well, if there is a guy that can, maybe steal it away, and it would probably be a long shot, it would be DeSantis. And that's not the case. So here you are, you're in Iowa on Friday, and there's chants of Ron the fascist. You have pudding finger chants. Then you also have, at the DeSantis event, some individuals that showed up from a PAC called, and I can't say the word on the air, but it's the bad word for the word B-I, I'll spell it. You can spell it out for yourself. Bleeps get stuff done, and they're there heckling him and disrupting him for abortion rights.
You mean like a female dog?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I can't say that, which is why I tried to clean it up the best I could. And then if that's not enough, you're trying to and put on a show, you're like flipping burgers. They were showing him like doing the grill. And even when he does the grill, and I'm not sitting here like macho, tough grill guy. Like I'm not like a pit master by any stretch, but I don't feel like I'm awkward flipping hot dogs or hamburgers on a grill. He looked awkward in that element. I get the sense that he's not the kind of guy that sits out on his deck, drinks a few beers, and is grilling off meats. Just my assumption. As if that wasn't bad enough, then he gets overshadowed by Trump literally as Trump flies in on, I believe, Trump Force One. And as he's giving a speech, chants of "We want Trump" breakout and "We love Trump" breakout. And I mean, it was like the moment where Jack Nicholson in The Joker is giving the speech in Gotham City, and Batman's up there in the Batcopter, and he flies over, and the crowd gets distracted, and they look up there, and the Joker's like, "Why didn't anybody tell me he had one of those things?" Like, that's what I felt like I was watching over the weekend. There's nothing, and some of it's DeSantis' fault, but a lot of it's not. I mean, okay, yeah, the Twitter Spaces debacle, the robotic stuff, some of this is on him. But there's a lot of it that is just not his fault, that Trump just, and we say it all the time, he's the elephant in the room, he sucks up all the oxygen, and some people, whether you like him or not, whether you think he can win or not, some people just gobble up all the attention, and some of it's intentionally by design because they're really good at it, and also some of it's not Trump's fault. The media is infatuated with him. I mean, there's a reason why we have Trump derangement syndrome. And I don't think it's just applicable to the media. I think the media has it. I think Democrats like Kathy Griffin have it. I do even think there are some people on the Republican side of the things that like worship the ground Trump walks on. And it's just some people have that it factor. He's got the it factor. And sometimes you can't describe the it factor. Like, I always remember when I was doing sports where we did a topic one time in the dog days of summer, and we were debating who are the coolest athletes in sport. And we said, well, you can't really define it. You can't say you can learn it. You just have it or you don't. And we came up with the top guy, and it was, well, two top guys, Joe Namath from back in the 60s with the Jets, Broadway Joe, and Derek Jeter. They don't got to go out of their way. They just have this vibe to them. It's you either have it or you don't. You can't learn it. And I don't think DeSantis can ever acquire it. Vivek can rap all he wants. I don't think as great as Vivek is, and as much as people are saying, I really like this Ramaswamy guy, I don't know that Vivek's necessarily the coolest dude on the planet. I don't know that I would want to play golf and have a couple of beers with the guy, even though I think he's incredibly bright. Trump just has it. And think about the performances that were put on this weekend. DeSantis is trying to flip burgers. Kerry Lake is trying to milk a cow. Mike Pence even talked about the face fly. This past weekend was a real spectacle in Iowa. But no matter what anybody tried to do to break through, you don't do it the way Trump does. And Trump doesn't have to go out of his way to do it. He could just fly in, get out, and kaboom, you're already fighting for the scraps. That's my biggest takeaway from the weekend with Iowa, is it's just the way he overshadows everybody, whether it's his intention or if it's the external factors. And that hasn't cooled off. That really hasn't. All the supporters going nuts. And then, also the energy. I mean, you go from Iowa back to Jersey. We've got the Georgia thing looming, could very well break at some point today. And I've said this in the past. I don't know when this guy actually gets to an exhaustive state. It's like he's nonstop energy, which is weird because at 76, 77 years old and getting to that age, and you look at, and I know we mock Chris Christie all the time, but you're not going to see Trump out in a bathing suit anytime soon either. Like, he doesn't fatigue, which is just remarkable to me.
Yeah.
So that was my big takeaway from the weekend with Trump.
Yeah, I think it's a great take that you have, and I agree. I mean, I think that he is the person everybody wants to see, And so if he's not present, then is it a big disappointment? Which leads us to all the questions swirling around what's going to happen with the first debate on Fox.
9 days.
Because will he, what will happen that night? Will he be on Newsmax, or will he do his own little take on X or something and kind of critique?
It'd be interesting if he did something to counter-program that.
If he doesn't do the debate, he's 100% going to do something to counter that programming.
Because he could deflate that right away. Be like popping their balloon.
Chris Christie's looking mighty sloppy.
But you know what it is, though? Because I'm going to bring up the fact that the football started on Saturday.
Yeah.
Trump not being at a GOP debate is like going to an Eagles game that Jalen Hurts sits out. You go, you want to see the star.
Yeah.
You want to see the face of the party. You want to see the face of the franchise. It's like getting a ticket to an Eagles preseason game and you find out, oh, Jalen Hurts isn't playing tonight. Okay, that just took the wind out of my sails. That's what Trump is not being there on August 23rd on Fox. It's still important. It still matters. There's still things we can take away from it. There are things we can learn. There's an opportunity for others to cut through. I've said it's kind of do or die for DeSantis. Especially if Trump's not there, he has to break through. And if not, then I think his fate is officially sealed. But it's like there's just a stark contrast to Trump versus no Trump.
Yeah, if I'm Trump's people, I'm trying to get a deal with Elon Musk and Twitter or X, whatever the hell it's called, and doing a Tucker Carlson style interview or something with somebody on
with video.
Yes,
okay.
on Twitter,
not
or
Space,
X.
not Spaces.
No,
okay. Although it would be great if he did do it on Spaces and it was glitch free and it came off smooth as can possibly be, and then he's like DeSantis' Spaces were not as good as mine. No glitches, no snafus. Nick Kayal was not tuned out after 17 minutes.
Wendy Parsons on the YouTube chat says he should do a rally, more viewers than the debate. I agree, but then somebody has to carry the rally.
Right.
I hate to say it, like you're not. If he goes on Newsmax or one of those, it's not going to get more viewers than Fox. It's just not.
No.
So he needs to do some sort of alternative technology like Twitter or YouTube or something else where he's doing his own live event or whatever.
Yeah.
To counterbalance what Fox News is doing.
Speaking of that, now I don't use it, so I can't answer this question. But Dawn, do they have on Truth? Do they have a live streaming option like Facebook Live or Twitter Live on Truth? Or is it only like you can only post videos and like tweets, so to speak? Or can you go live and stream it? Because if that's the case, that would be a great thing for Trump with Truth. You do that, I would imagine you'll get more viewers there than you would on Newsmax. But my guess is you still probably lose to Fox. Well, actually, no, I take that back. No. I mean, you could get more than 3 million views on Truth. I mean, Tucker Carlson was getting 3 million views on Fox. So Truth might actually be the way to go if they have the technology. I'm not sure, though. God forbid if I get on Truth. Stalker will kill me.
I don't think Truth has the reach that Twitter does, though. He needs to go someplace with reach.
I agree.
It's the same issue going to Newsmax or Rumble or whatever these other people are like. Oh, you need to do these. You need to reach people.
I hate
stop trying to reach the base. You have the base.
You have the base. They're not going anywhere. I hate to say it because I despise the site and I haven't been on it in 12 years. But Zuckerberg lifted the thing. You should go back to Facebook, man. You should go back.
Yeah.
I mean, Facebook, I love Twitter, but Facebook's bigger than Twitter. So.
They did add, to answer your question, Trump's Truth Social did add the live streaming video function or option in late 2021. So they do have that.
Okay.
So they finally went live for the first time February of this year.
All right. Well, there you go.
So
they should have the capabilities to do it.
It would be a mistake doing that.
Yeah.
It would be a mistake doing that.
They probably haven't ironed out all the kinks and the bugs to it.
But you've talked about, and Nick, you've said this, and I forget the date, right? He has a contract.
Yeah, he's got a contract with Truth where he cannot. It's something to the effect of, you can go and post on the other ones, but today is Tuesday. If he wants to tweet that, he has to say that on Truth like for 6 hours in advance before he can share the same content elsewhere. It's like some sort of kind of like a non-compete, so to speak.
Like an exclusive.
Right. Now, I don't know when that expires, but there is some sort of deal like that in place. And then there was something that he posted, and apparently this is again where you got to be careful about the internet and Twitter. There was a screenshot going around that was shared on Twitter this weekend that looked like a post of his from Truth saying that he was returning to Twitter and that even though they call it X, he will always call it Twitter. And it was crafted and it looked identical to something that he would actually say on Truth. And then we found out that it was completely fake.
Did you retweet that, Nick Kayal?
I did, and then I unretweeted it once I saw it was fake.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
Stop retweeting things and stop, just enough. Enough.
Now, here's a report that Trump's exclusivity contract with True Social...
You know I love you. I'm just kidding.
Yes.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Don. Go ahead, Don.
...expired in June.
His Truth expired in June, the contract?
That's what it says. The exclusivity portion of the platform.
I thought it was up at some point this calendar year. I just didn't know when.
Yeah, in filings with the U.S. Securities Exchange, the SEC, it reveals that that exclusivity portion that you mentioned for 6-hour delay, that was supposed to expire a couple months ago in June.
Well, I mean, because we get this for YouTube too all the time. Why don't you guys do the show on Rumble? Yes, okay, Rumble and Truth, it's where conservatives go. I got it, but you have to understand that, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, the reach of those platforms, even though you might not like them because of the censorship, is massive.
I say this all the time. We are in the radio business. What we do here, what Nick, Dawn, Greg, Rich, Dom, what we all do is radio.
Right.
Our job is to reach as many people as we possibly can. Not just to talk to the ones who agree with us. Yeah. We need to reach everybody. So we go on the platforms where everybody is.
That's correct.
That's my job, is to get this show, get this station out there to the masses.
Yes, more exposure, the better. 9:21 Monday morning as we get to the first Morning Mystery Movie Clip of the week.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, Johnny, how about a beer, huh?
Ooh, couple Charles Bukowskis?
Couple Brustoyevskis?
Maybe a Mike Brugaslowski?
Perhaps a Teddy Bruschi?
That's a good one.
You know what? I think I too want a Martina Navratilowski.
Oh, no,
that doesn't work.
No, don't ruin it, no.
That totally works.
No.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't work. The name has to have a ski at the end of it, and you just put Brewski at the end of Martina Navratilova. So.
Well, I just thought we were saying funny names.
No, it has to have a ski at the end of it, otherwise where's a challenge? If there's no ski at the end of the root word, then we would just be idiots saying nonsense. Right.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, caller 12, 855-839-1210. Here's your hint before we give you the prize. The beautiful lady in that movie, today is her birthday. If that wasn't enough of a giveaway with the clip we played itself.
I can't send it to you in time. My fault for not sending it to you.
That's all right, you can read it.
You win a 4-pack of tickets to the tour of the Battleship New Jersey in Camden, New Jersey. For more info, visit battleshipnewjersey.org, battleshipnewjersey.org.
All right, caller 12, 855-839-1210. We'll see if we have our winner when we come back. And then also, liberals raging over Woody Harrelson and RFK Jr. in the bromance. And also, scientist admits climate crisis, a little manufactured drama. We'll get to that story as we continue. Part 2 of the cut sheet coming up in about 15 minutes here on Kayal and Company.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Make it a September to remember and book your stay at the Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. Stay 2 nights, save 10% on the discounted room rates. Stay 3 nights, save 10% and receive a $55 a night resort credit. Stay 5 nights, save 10% and get $65 a night in resort credits, which you can use for food and beverage purchases in Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, the beach concession, or the gift shop. Book direct with them for the best rates. Call today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
This is Matt Spiegel of 670 The Score in Chicago, and my podcast, The PBP, Voices of Baseball, is all about the art and craft of play-by-play. Catch up on episodes with Joe Davis, Joe Buck, and many more. Then something crazy happened along the way. I did a weekend of Cubs-Cardinals on the radio, so now conversations are enriched with feedback and advice from Jason Benetti, Boog Shambi, and others to come. The PBP, Voices of Baseball. I bring you the people who bring you the game. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, as I've been doing for years, about batteries plus bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My buddy Roy, this guy had the vision of old-fashioned customer service married with technology to build custom battery packs, smartphone repairs, game console repairs. Give him a call. Anything in the technology field, you'll get old-fashioned customer service and great technical skill. Call him at 856-638-0778. Batteries plus bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield stores.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Just as I thought it was going all right, I found out I'm wrong when I thought it was right. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all.
Kayal and Company, 927, Monday morning. Great to have all of you in here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet, part 2, coming up in about 10 minutes. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Who won Twitter today? All still on the way. Also, this Woody Harrelson story and a climate story before we get out of here this morning. But we do have our morning mystery movie clip winner on the line. It is Jesus in Philadelphia, who I think has identified the movie correctly. Jesus, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How about yourselves?
We are doing well. What movie clip did we just play for you?
That was Ted.
That is correct. Ted is the correct movie, and you got the Battleship New Jersey prize pack. So, Jesus, we appreciate you listening, man.
Sweet. That's awesome. Never been on it, so it'll be exciting.
Yes, very much. Congratulations, and we appreciate you for playing. He was breathing heavily there.
Yes.
It's like Chris Christie at a rally.
You got him all worked up.
I mean, I have that. I've got that gift. What can I say? So, also, I want to get to these two stories. I love a good meltdown from the left when they see something that they just can't wrap their head around. Like, they don't understand that a black man can vote Republican. They don't understand that minorities that move to this country from, like, the Dominican Republic or Puerto Rico or Cuba or anywhere else, and they come here with conservative values. Like, wait a minute, how is that possible? And then they don't understand how Woody Harrelson could actually wear a hat of a Democratic politician and still lose their minds. Because you guys remember back in the late winter, early spring, we played you a clip of Woody Harrelson's opening monologue on Saturday Night Live. And he compared basically Big Pharma to the drug cartel, and he tied it all back to COVID and the vaccine and the shot. So apparently Woody Harrelson was spotted wearing a RFK Jr. hat And apparently, from his campaign, he's got this blue ball cap that they have made a ton of, mass-produced. Kind of runs counter to the Trump red hat, so to speak. And this was seen and shared on social media, and many people in left-wing media or left-wing social media influencers, which, by the way, conservatives have got to get better with like the social media influencers because that is such a big aspect of finding the next wave of people to vote for you.
We have you, though, showing off leg at the pool.
Some would say that
Who
works.
else do we
Some would
need?
say that works against the party.
I don't think so.
But you had and I don't watch Shark Tank, but Shark Tank senior producer Andrew Kimmel shared the image, remarking, quote, "We lost Woody today." Leftist influencer liberal Lisa in Oklahoma, she's probably one of 3 liberals in Oklahoma, says it's official after his bleep SNL opening monologue about COVID. Now this, Woody Harrelson is dead to me. Prominent leftist X-user, also known as Twitter, Angela Belcamino declaring Woody Harrelson just canceled himself. And Democrat social media strategist Devin Duke slammed the actor, writing, quote, "It's a shame Woody Harrelson has revealed himself to be an anti-science quack." So obviously these individuals are oblivious to the fact that over the last couple of months, when you try to shut down and cancel somebody that you disagree with, all you do is boost their profile. I'd like to enter Jason Aldean into evidence here, Your Honor. Who was the guy we played, the country up-and-coming singer this morning on the cut sheet?
Oliver Anthony or
He's
something?
now going to be
Oliver.
number 1.
Yep.
I think he's number 1 on YouTube. Aldean was number 1 on iTunes and Spotify.
Yep.
I don't know if Woody's got a movie in the works, but if he does, it might actually be a box office hit now.
Anybody who knows Woody Harrelson or has followed Woody Harrelson knows that RFK is exactly would be right up his alley because
It's in his wheelhouse.
He's a liberal. Like, make no mistake about it, Woody Harrelson, let me say it again, is a liberal.
Yeah.
But he didn't get the vaccine. He talks about Big Pharma all the time. Like, this is no surprise
Right.
that he's backing RFK Jr.
They just hate it when they think they have a liberal that doesn't check off every box that they want them to check off, which is why they hate Bill Maher at times. They hate RFK Jr. Ro Khanna at times gets a lot of pushback because he believes in free speech, which is what classic liberals were all about, quote, so to speak, back in the day. But now, with the hijacking of the party by the progressive left, if you don't fall in line with every category and check every box that they want you to check, you're dead to them. And that's what they love to do, which is fine because I don't care if Woody Harrelson's a liberal or not. I don't care if I like some of the Bruce Springsteen's music regardless of his politics. Like, I can separate the only thing that bothers me is when like you have these companies that push the stuff like Bud Light, like Skittles. That's when I get my back up against the wall, so to speak. But you know, if you've got left-wing political views and you share them from time to time, but I already liked your work to begin with, I'm not going to bail on it. Here's the last story. This is great. So, scientists, and this is courtesy of the New York Post, scientist admits the, quote, overwhelming consensus on the climate change crisis is manufactured. This is from John Stossel of the New York Post, and he says, we are told that climate change is a crisis and that there is, quote, overwhelming scientific consensus. Well, not according to climate scientist Judith Curry, who says it is, quote, a manufactured consensus. She says that scientists have an incentive to exaggerate risk to pursue fame and fortune. She knows about that because she once spread the alarm about climate change herself. The media loved her when she published a study that seemed to show a dramatic increase in hurricane intensity. Now she's on the other side of it because she believes that it is exaggerated and pushed in the name of money, which is really interesting because when we talk about, and Dawn, you alluded to it this morning with one of our COVID stories, and I think you had said this in one of the news bits, was it $325 million in is it net profit or self-worth? I forget how you framed it with Fauci and these other guys that were pushing the shot.
They're saying that there is now documentation under open records information that the combined number is the number you said, $325 million in royalties that they basically cashing in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That has been revealed. I don't know. It happened. Did it happen over the weekend? I didn't see it on Friday.
No, I didn't see it either. But I mean, it's amazing. All of a sudden, there's $1 and a cent sign next to things, and you get an incentive to say this or urge people to do that. And a lot of this to me feels like absolutely plausible because this is what the media does. This is what these companies push for, and that's kind of the whole narrative and the agenda. Now, look, I mean, is it a degree or two warmer? Yes. Or do we see some things that we didn't see 200 years ago? Yes. But the nonstop fear-mongering, whether it's with COVID or climate or race, it's everything the left pushes is agenda-driven. And I said racism as well because I've said for a while now that I think for the left, the demand for racism far out exceeds the actual supply of it. And they're not going to tell you that, and they're not going to be honest about it because that's part of their playbook, and it would be detrimental for them to admit that. So I thought that was a very interesting story. You can see it. It's on nypost.com. It was put up on the 12th, which was Saturday. All right, this segment brought to you by Discover Lancaster. Discover Lancaster and more of Lancaster all aboard the steam train this week in Lancaster County on the Strasburg Railroad for wine and cheese or trivia night. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com to plan your getaway today. All right, a lot to do before we get out of here. 9:37. Let's get to the second installment. We like to call it What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Oh yeah, we never did the big 3 either.
Did I do? I'm sitting here.
Did we not do a Dawn Big 3?
We did.
You know what?
Oh.
We've talked about so much. Oh my gosh, packing so much in. I'm like, did I do the 9 o'clock Big 3?
You want to do the cuts and then we'll do Big 3?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll do it quick. You want a quickie?
Well, let's do the big 3 first, or let's do cut sheet first.
You want a quickie in the morning?
The 9 o'clock hour and throw in the freaking garbage is what I want to do. All right, let's go to Randy Weingarten, shall we? Yeah. Randy Weingarten was on with News Nation over the weekend, talking about, which I think is hysterical, talking about politics and education. She says it's using education for politics is terrible for all kids. This was Randy Weingarten over the weekend on News Nation.
Let me ask about the school year starting. How do you see these changes affecting a student's understanding of history, particularly regarding race?
The political changes that have happened in several of these states will be terrible for kids, not just for kids of the indigenous nation, not just for kids who are Black and brown. It will be terrible for all kids because we need to understand our history, the good and the bad. And frankly, when we understand the bad, it makes the good so much more. It makes, when the arc of the universe does actually bend towards justice, as it did, in terms of what has happened in the last century, in the 60s, in making America a multiracial democracy, that was a pretty impressive moment. But when there's this pullback, and I say this as an AP Gov teacher, when there's this pretending that slavery was good in some way, form, or manner, a noxious concept from the get-go, when there's an attempt to not talk about labor rights and union rights, when there's an attempt to ban books like Amanda Gorman's book, it is terrible in terms of how we see ourselves and see each other. And so I know it's being done for political reasons. This is always what happens when people want to sanitize history. But it really long-term is terrible for all kids. And,
I hear you. I do want to, let me ask.
Yeah, the nerve of that woman to talk about the education system being political when all they do is try to indoctrinate the next wave of voters, from pronouns to this to that. And, oh, by the way, the politics that were played with schools during COVID. I mean, it's almost as if she's on there thinking that we did not remember anything that she was linked to in 2020 or 2021. Like, hey, Randy, I got news for you. A lot of us haven't forgotten. So you want to talk about whitewashing things? You're not going to go. You're not going to get a tabula rasa, a clean slate with me. Maybe with some, but not with me.
Thank you. And that's the thing. You know, she messed with your kids, my kids, our kids.
Yep.
No parent is going to forget that.
Yes.
And how dare she?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for saying that.
She also criticized DeSantis for using education politically, which is hysterical.
I know.
I do want to ask, given so much of this pushback on the curriculum has been coming from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, do you have a message for Governor DeSantis tonight?
Yeah, I'm like, he knows better. I mean, the guy went to Ivy League institutions. He's a lawyer. He knows better. He's doing this just for political reasons. And frankly, what's happening is he should spend some time in his own state where there are huge economic issues. But what's going on now is that they're using education politically and taking away AP African American studies from the kids who were taking it right then, almost taking away AP Psych, which is the most popular AP course in Florida. It just makes their kids less competitive with other kids, but it also really hurts teaching and learning when you're constantly questioning what you can say or who you're erasing or not erasing.
You know, it's pretty funny. Economically and education-wise, Florida's doing really well as a state. So I'm not sure where she gets her metrics from. Of course, she didn't cite anything or give any numbers, just a false narrative. But secondly, you know, I thought it was the Republicans that are like, hey, why don't we just focus on grammar and math scores and science and this and that? You know, the left, not only do they want to keep your kids out of school, we've got 30-year historic lows in math and reading comprehension. I think Randy should maybe focus on how detrimental some of her opinions were on the influence that her and others had over this government.
Amen. And did you hear her say almost took away some popular class, but they didn't?
Yes.
And when I look up that AP course that they're talking about, which is such an elite course because you have to be taking college level courses in high school, I only found 1 or 2 Florida high schools that actually offered that course. And in our area, I found 1 or 2 Delaware schools, very few. It's a pilot program, first of all. So we're talking about a tiny program, but she makes it sound like it's widespread. It's not.
Right. She's a fraud.
Yeah.
Chris Christie was on ABC this week.
Speaking of frauds,
he doesn't have a contract with them, but I guess he can go and be a guest now because he's a nominee for president.
Yeah, he wants to be.
He said GOP. Well, he is a nominee, right?
He's not the. He's a candidate.
Candidate, yes.
Yeah. He wishes he were the nominee.
Yeah, he does.
He said GOP made a mistake in 2016 not going after Trump. Didn't he do debate prep with Trump? Like, what is happening here?
Yeah, it's a total flip.
I don't understand this.
It's a heel turn.
I don't understand where all of a sudden this came from.
Yeah.
I do, but I'm just, for a fact. He was doing debate prep with Trump in 2020.
He's butthurt.
We know that for a fact.
Yes.
We know that for a fact.
So this is a segment, the segment you can name. I don't know, forgetting who they are.
Oh my Lord, Chris Christie.
I wish I had taken swings at both of them, John. Looking back on it, and I think we all made a mistake in 2016. Myself, Marco, Jeb Bush, John Kasich, in not going after Donald Trump. I think we were under the illusion that somehow what was obvious to us at the moment, that there were some better candidates on the stage than him, would be obvious to the public. It wasn't. And I think it should inform everybody's approach to the race this time. It certainly is informing mine.
What?
I don't know what
he's the one who helped take out some of those people.
I know.
That was his job. He was just he was just the watchdog on the stage.
You know what though? You almost have to give. I'm going to lump Chris and Randy together. You have to have a certain. That's a hell of a lumping, by the way. There's a lot of lumps. You have to have a certain level of arrogance to just say what you say in those 2 different clips there, as if nobody has a memory, as if we don't remember what happened in years past. And I don't know, maybe some people don't. Maybe we know attention spans have gone down. But, man, it just takes next-level gumption to say the stuff that you do. Like, wait a minute. No.
But to your point, and I love what you said about Randy Weingarten, because you spoke as a father of twin girls who've suffered like a lot of parents and kids. And so it's not just this arrogance, it's disrespectful. And so ultimately we can't help but feel personally disrespected by these individuals who think we're so stupid, like we don't remember what they did and what they said.
It's like they look at us and they're like, yeah, you stupid.
All right, that's what I got for you.
All right. That'll do it for the cut sheet part due. For some reason, I forgot to go to Dawn about a half hour ago. I don't know. I've got cobwebs in the brain today. But let's get to Dawn Stenzel. Better late than never. Big 3 at 9:45.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. There's a great story about drones being used off the it's mostly North Jersey coast and some of the New York City beaches, but they're using drones to track these sharks, and they're saying, the lifeguards there are saying they're seeing record numbers of sharks. Dun, 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 dun. So I thought I would mention that as we have warmer waters, but a rash of shark attacks, they say, at New York beaches this summer. And are they heading to us at the Jersey Shore?
We're going to have to hire Quint to kill him.
Dun, 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 dun. So I think about the sharks when I'm in the water, but the water is so warm this time of year. We do have a recall. If you're still shopping at Target, 2.2 million candles due to laceration and burn hazards. So this is a major recall of candles, Threshold branded glass jar candles sold in multiple sizes and various scents. I don't know if they're the Gwyneth Paltrow type scents, but these are more vanilla cupcake, rose petal and lotus, blue agave, cactus.
Yeah, I prefer the fresh linen scented candle.
Ooh, I know, I love that.
One that smells like Snuggle fabric softener.
Ooh.
Love that in the house.
Nice.
I was told they're not good for you though.
Some candles.
Yeah.
Indoor air pollution.
Yeah. Might
So when
affect
you're
the climate.
Yeah. Well, when you're also in Lancaster, get the natural. When you're visiting Lancaster, one of our sponsors this
There you go.
morning, get the natural candles made by the Amish.
See, I can't do the plug-ins though. Like the plug-in air fresheners are too strong.
Yeah.
They're bad for
They
you,
make
by
my
the way.
they
Wait.
choke my throat up.
Don't use those. They're
Thank
bad
God.
for you.
Yeah, I hate those things.
I think that I read a story where they can cause cancer.
Oh my gosh.
Everything causes
those.
cancer.
Those Glade plugins. Don't use them.
Yeah.
So this is a Kayal and Company follow-up. Nick had talked about, and Greg, I think in one cut sheet or the other, had played a foul-mouthed Texas woman who was kicked off that American Airlines flight after she was caught on camera melting down. Remember her?
Yeah.
Yesterday, she apologized.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people saying that that's not her. I don't know if you saw that, but like she in the airplane video that we've seen, she's not wearing makeup. In this video yesterday, she's got a lot of makeup on. And women look different with or without makeup. So, but I don't understand why people are saying that's not her. That's like they're claiming it might be artificial intelligence or it's a different person. I don't understand the infatuation with the story at all.
If you look at all the pictures of her, she's really attractive.
Oh, yeah, she's gorgeous.
She has an awesome body.
Yeah, she's hot.
Boom, there it is.
But they're like, everyone, even when it happened, like, oh, did she think she saw a ghost? Or like, there's all these like thoughts. I'm like, it's a lady freaking out on a plane, which we've seen more of in the last 3 years, men and women, by the way. And apparently it was over like lost like Apple earbuds, I thought.
Yes.
I don't understand why this story has legs to it.
Because it's become a social media phenomenon because everybody, for months, they tried to locate this woman because nobody knew who she was.
Well, maybe she didn't want to be found.
Crazy chick with big boobs. There it is.
Well, that's the other thing,
that
too. She's
helps,
attractive,
yeah.
so...
Speaking of that, did you see Britney Spears pole dancing these days?
I didn't mention that this morning, but
By the way,
I got this new pink pole.
Not to be morbid or anything like that, and I don't wish this on anybody, but if you're doing a death pool at work, put her high on the list. That's just my 2 cents.
If you're doing a death,
well, you know how you say who's going to be the next celebrity to
Okay.
You know, and you can place.
Who goes first? Diane Feinstein or Brittany?
Brittany.
No, I think she went through that. Remember when she shaved her head?
Yeah.
And she kind of lost it.
Yeah.
At least she's got the pink pole at home. She's at home. She's safe.
Remember everyone said, free Brittany, free Brittany.
I know. Well, she's free.
Her parents should keep her locked up for the rest of her life.
Well, I think her new husband has her locked up, and that's why he got her a pink pole.
Bubba 45 says Hunter Biden and Britney Spears are good bets. It's not right.
It's a sin.
Maybe it was Brittany's blow at the White House.
You guys have never done the death pool? No, we need to bring that. We need to bring that feature back on the morning show. Come on.
Hate mail and the death poll.
We can take bets on who we think will be the next celebrity to kick the bucket.
All right.
I like it.
Okay.
You think if we got hate mail now, wait till we start doing that.
That was Kamala Harris, not me.
Yes.
Don't write in about the goofy laugh, please.
And no, I don't wish death on Kamala for all of you out there.
No. We wish everyone great health and be safe if the storms hit this afternoon. We might see some rain and storms possibly this afternoon. We're sponsored in the Big Three by Piazza Auto Group. Visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne. Test drive the 2023 Volkswagen Atlas, Atlas Cross Sport, Tiguan, and much more. You can always shop online, PIAZZA, PiazzaVW.com today. Kayal & Company, Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:51, getting now texts, now getting tweets. People's Britney Spears apparel, free Britney. Well, that didn't take too long. Britney's more polarizing than DeSantis.
Aww,
so like now we know the pecking order of things that people care about on this show. Trump 1, Rayo's sauce 2, Britney 3. DeSantis is down in like the 7 to 8 area.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Yes, because he likes
mustard.
So there you go.
We've lost it.
Wow, we have. It's 9 o'clock hour.
He does sound. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
All right, we got a couple.
Wait, hang on. Before we go here, we have We're 7 likes away from 200. If you're watching right now, and there's over 200 people watching, so if you're watching right now, please hit the like button. Okay, it was 7 likes away from 200.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, people.
Don't leave us hanging there.
Come on.
Yeah, 193 is a bad look.
193 is a very bad look.
Okay.
Hit the like button. 1 more, 94. Come on, 6 more. Let's go.
Yes.
Hit the like button. Sorry.
I can't give out all the details because it's for another station in our building. But nice golf outing later this afternoon with the great folks at Piazza Auto Group. So looking forward to playing in that with, I believe, Tony as well as Dan and some of the other fine folks in that family.
Are you gonna? Well, here's the question. Are you gonna let them win?
The way I'm playing, they might beat me legitimately. I might lose trying. I might be the weak link in our foursome. The last couple of rounds I've had.
Boy.
Yeah, I mean, you think I've screwed up some things on this show. You see the golf swing lately. It's atrocious. But we'll try to have fun with that. The Dawn Show is coming up in just about 8 minutes, and we find out what's on tap here at 9:52.
Yeah, so Beth Ann Rossica, mom from the Burbs, has written her latest piece on Broad and Liberty, updating us on a possible solution for the teacher shortage. Lifeline scholarships. She's going to break that down as well as the budget and school choice. Are there other choices for Pennsylvania children? So she'll talk about the budget impacts and give us some other updates as well. And then we'll talk to Dante King, who we were supposed to have Friday, human resource management consultant, breaking down the corporate DEI debacle. So that's going to be a good one. And he's Dante King coming up at 11. So much breaking. We're following the latest with the so-called Georgia indictments maybe looming. We'll be hear about this today with DJT. We'll have all the Trump news of the day and Hunter news. We got it all covered.
All right. Love the DEI conversation, by the way. 9:53 as we wrap it up on this Monday with Who Won Twitter Today.
Who Won Twitter?
Who Won Twitter, sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. I'm going to give it to Richard Notaro. Richard Notaro says, Nick, the first thing I think of when I wake is how I can kiss Greg Stalker's ass enough to win X, nay, Twitter that day.
Okay.
So we were discussing what we think of.
Yeah.
The first thing we think of when we... Kamala says democracy.
Right.
And Richard Notaro says sucking up to me, so you can
Yes.
win Twitter. Best Work Industries for the Blind is changing lives. A nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill, Best Work Industries for the Blind provides training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities or to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. That's bestworkindustries.org.
All right. That'll do it for us here on this Monday morning. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And as Karine Jean-Pierre would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
The Securities and Exchange Commission regulates our country's Wall Street firms. In the groundbreaking documentary, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, the top SEC attorney Edward Siddell exposes how the stock market corporations in our country are legally permitted to steal your pension and retirement plans.
The stealing from America's pension funds and retirement plans globally is legal. I can disclose I'm going to steal your money in such a way that will make it very difficult for you to ever sue me about it. If you're counting on a pension being there, you've got reason to worry.
Learn how to protect your retirement income from the legal theft occurring in pensions and other Wall Street retirement plans by reserving your seat at the next private screening of The Baby Boomer Dilemma at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 12th, starting at 5 p.m. Registration is required. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's back to school time. You need to call Kathy Ganna and New Hope Academy. Does your child or grandchild need more of a challenge? Now's the time to make the call to Kathy Ganna and New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown, 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, there's a student-teacher ratio of just 2 to 1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, bipolar. Do not wait. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for a no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003, or online, newhopeacademy.net, 800-300-0003.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are partnering again with our Costco members. Purchase a certified 2020, 21, or 22 XC40, XC60, or XC90 and receive an incredible additional discount up to $1,500 off. A discount added to the unbelievably already aggressive pricing at Cherry Hill Volvo. Join us for this special offer. Cherry Hill Volvo and Costco and you, perfect together.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Parks Casino. Joe Conklin hosts national comedians every other Thursday. It's Joe Conklin's Comedy Night at Parks. Show dates and tickets. Go to joeconklin.com.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics. 215-999-3000.
Ah, summer.
Time to head to the pool, hit the links, and enjoy some Phillies baseball.
It clears the out-of-town scoreboard by a couple of rows. Bryson Stott has put the Phillies on top.
With the free Odyssey app, you can stream every Phillies game on 94 WIP, no matter what you're doing this summer.
JT's in at second, and he's hit for the cycle.
Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today. That's AUDACY.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.